Hello again. Hi. It's Luca Royal coming back with the final part of Shaper's Ripples in Punishing Grey Raven. And hoo boy, have the first three parts been a ride. Yeah, so like I said, it's been a ride. And now we're on the last part, which is apparently featuring Vonnegut. We left off in a bit of an interesting place. So we've been in the Inverhetero Tower, going through time loops. The Commandant was prepared to sacrifice themselves and merge with Chaos in order to help Vonnegut with his plans, which we still don't entirely know the extent of. But instead, Lucia prevented the Commandant from doing so, and instead said that she would go through the rift to 30 years ago and basically spend 30 whole years there alone within a force field fighting off the hetero creatures and the red tide, because that way the timeline would be able to continue as it used to be without the red tide manifesting early, as long as she was able to hold out for 30 years. And she ended up going through with it. And I don't know if we got to see a whole 30 years pass, but it did say that 20 years went by. And at the very end of that, Lucia kind of got lost in this fog. And that's kind of where we left off. So we're going to pick up from there. With this final part and see how it all ends. Will we go back and will we make it in time to save Lucia? Will we leave and find out that she failed? We'll see. I also still know that there's a boss fight ahead of us, and so I'm not sure how that comes into play yet. But, we'll have to see. Alright. Without further ado, let's get started. So, this is the fourth part, featuring Vonnegut. It says here, shearing through the countless nightmares of the sacrificed. And our first section here is Slaughterhouse number 5. Listen to me. Billy Pilgrim has broken free from the chains of time. Okay, let's go. At the end of the white fog, the Grey Raven Commandant sinks into a new dream. In this dream of a madman, perspectives spiral into chaos. He possesses multiple identities, often unable to distinguish who he truly is. At times, he is a renowned professor. At others, his consciousness drifts through the manic delusions of countless murderers. He becomes the victim, burned alive in the museum, then turns into the perpetrator who avenges her death. He tends to patients with healing hands, then slaughters the entire hospital with a lucid mind. For a long time, he lives in constant stage fright, never knowing which consciousness dwelling within his body will take the spotlight next, what intentions they will harbor, or what consequences they will bring. Upon becoming Vonnegut, becoming an agent, and being reborn in a new vessel, he begins constantly trimming away at his own mind data. Only by cutting away the uncontrollable and unnecessary parts, preserving what is controllable and meaningful, can he truly become himself. Vonnegut compiles what remains of his self into a chaotic report, like an undelivered last will, forever put away in his terminal. It begins thus. Nemo was a sickly child from birth. After graduation, he underwent the construct surgery. Yet he felt no gratitude for his father's arrangements, or this increasingly widespread technology. Instead, he saw in mind data upload technology the harbingers of war and fundamental flaws. He abandoned the great expectations his father had placed in him, refusing to add fuel to the approaching fires of war. Instead, he put his tireless construct body to use by pursuing a license as a psychiatric physician. His father berated him as a coward who'd give up eating for fear of choking, too afraid to pursue the advancement of civilization and technology. Nemo offered no defense, and from that day forward cut all ties with his family. It wasn't until years later, after working at a rural psychiatric hospital, that Nemo reconnected with his father. He encountered the initial victims of the chaos contamination. Dr. Nemo, we already ran tests on the patient in bed 12 the day before yesterday. Why are you requesting additional examinations? Several readings seem abnormal. The same ones you've been reporting? Just forget about it. It's clearly schizophrenia no matter how you look at it. We have plenty of patients with similar symptoms. Why are you so fixated on this one? We have other patients showing similar abnormalities. Yeah, I'd say it's best to let it go. Your reports on bed 12 never really caught anyone's eye before. The hospital's already swamped. Don't add more stress for yourself. If you're really set on following it through, take it to a major hospital. A small facility like ours doesn't have the proper equipment anyway. No one cared, and no one thought about investigating. After careful deliberation, Nemo compiled his findings into a report and sent it to his father, whom he hadn't contacted in years. Days later, a mysterious fire broke out in the inpatient department. Security! Hold the patients down and get them to the first floor. Don't let any of them escape. We've got bed 12 under control, but bed 13... Security! Let go of me! There's no time left. Everyone must know the truth. We need to evacuate now. The fire's still spreading.
Pin this guy down first. He's gonna make trouble for us on the way out if we don't.
Dr. Nemo!
Hold him down. I'm going to inject him with phosphopropyl disodium.
Phosphopropyl disodium. Yeah, I've got no idea what that is. But his weight...
I remember his weight and dosage. We need to administer it now. Keep him steady.
The three of them pinned the struggling man down on the relatively safe stairway as Nemo prepared to inject the sedative, when suddenly...
Hey, did you hear something?
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the oxygen line in the ward violently exploded. The blast sent a railing crashing into the wall, hurling it toward the three people restraining the patient. The investigation concluded that the incident was caused by degraded electrical wiring, despite having been inspected just last month, which resulted in the fire. Several patients attempted to flee during the chaos, but were later caught and transferred to a larger hospital. Only Nemo survived, having become a construct. Though he left the hospital taking responsibility for the incident, this twist of fate inadvertently saved him from being further infected by the chaos contamination. The incident was later classified as an anomalous event triggered by the termination of a chaos contamination incubation cycle. The Vanguard team conducted an investigation and implemented corrective measures. However, as long as the chaos contamination remained uncontained, any attempt to correct the past would only lead to the same outcome, or something even worse. This is our fault. We should have left the past alone. Things wouldn't have turned out like this. It's far too late for that now. We're outliers to those infected. To solve it from the root, you have to be the one to do it. Kill them, Nemo. Release them from their suffering. The dream's vision suddenly ends here, traveling through the fog and stars before settling in a place not entirely unfamiliar. It should have been just another ordinary afternoon when Professor Trout was invited to provide pro bono medical services at the Science Council's internal hospital. While waiting for the next patient, he received a cryptic message. 0-point energy will cause... The message came with an attachment that could not be opened. Trout paid little mind to it at first. Being a well-known figure, he was accustomed to irrelevant messages that often flooded his inbox. Yet, it was the peculiar timestamp that caught his attention. December 25th, 2197. The date displayed in the top left corner of his terminal read December 25th, 2150. A message from the future. Just as he tried to examine it more closely, the mail vanished, replaced by new content. Contamination report. This message also came with an inaccessible attachment. Once again, it only lasted for a second before vanishing and being replaced by new content. Chaos data. Still, an inaccessible attachment and mail content that vanished instantly. Construct technology, force field data. Still the same as before, it continued to intrigue Trout, but interest was all that could remain. The messages could not be opened or even recorded, leaving Trout at a dead end. Note, according to Nemo, the Vanguard team had attempted to send data to the Science Council of the past. These messages contained warnings about 0-point energy attracting the contaminating mimetic, research reports on contaminating mimetics, data about chaos contamination, and information on construct technology and force fields. Even without human carriers, the very act of sending information and data to the past would result in the chaos contamination disrupting the messages. These messages were randomly scattered to various locations. Most people never even saw their fleeting contents, and those who did simply dismissed them as spam or virus notifications. To turn the tide of defeat, time travel is essential. But using time travel would only further spread the chaos contamination. The future where Nemo exists is already beyond salvation. To this day, it remains unknown if the Dominic in this world, or the person bearing the same expectations, ever received similar messages. Whether they, too, were unable to read the complete contents, or if they did read everything, but made different plans. In a different handwriting. He was never one to back down. He wouldn't stop exploring just because 0-point energy might attract the contaminating mimetic. Regardless, those mysterious messages came to an abrupt end here. 1 week later, At the same location and precisely at noon, Trout received another message from the future. Hello, how is the world where you are? This time the message did not vanish. Driven by curiosity and seeking a bit of entertainment, Trout composed a reply. Hello. I'm glad to receive your message. The world I'm in isn't ideal. We have plenty of perfectly healthy lunatics going around and hurting people. About a minute passed before another message arrived, but its sending date was several days later than the previous one. Do you also need and kill the infected? They symptoms are similar to schizophrenia. They have typical and the only solution is to kill them preemptively. Although the term the infected eluded Trout's comprehension, he was already writing a book detailing his manipulation and coercion of individuals deemed not guilty by reason of insanity into taking their own lives. Revealing a few secrets to this mysterious sender in exchange for a sense of openness didn't strike Trout as a bad move. Yes, it seems we share the same regrets. How many have you gotten rid of yourself? When the reply arrived, its sending date was actually several months earlier than before, as if the sender's time was constantly being altered. Hospital. 106 people. Soon after, he received another message with an even earlier sending date. 107. My father, too. Alright, with this you've taken care of all the infected ones within your reach. Keep the force field equipped protective suit. Welcome to the Vanguard team. No, I don't want to. Where are you off to next then? Planning to atone for those you've killed by taking your own life? I'm just tired of it all. Our team is running short on capable people, and your father even spoke of you to Dominic before he was infected. If you truly wish to die, make it count for something at least. At this rate, there won't be a single living human left in this world soon. Then how about this? Dominic's next plan might call for a sacrifice. Well, give me an answer. Sure. For Professor Kilgore Trout, who stayed at the Science Council to provide free medical consultation, the third message from the future arrived just a few days after the previous one. The sender, however, seemed like someone on a business trip. The time of transmission kept changing along with their location. Is there someone, Dominic, or in the world where you... Are you referring to the founder of the Science Council? Yes, please find Doc... I went looking, but didn't get to meet Dominic. I'll try again later. Please find Dominic. I didn't get to meet that busy person today, but I did catch up with Dominic's assistant and shared these future messages with her. She denied everything, brushed it off as a prank, and mentioned that the Science Council had no intentions of developing a time machine. Forgot guard team. I met with Dominic today and brought up these messages again. Dominic claimed to have no recollection of them, similar to what the assistant said. Forgot? He abandoned the team? What? Maybe this disregard was needed. While we talked, I felt like it wasn't that Dominic completely forgot. Those details just didn't seem to matter much to Dominic. What I mean is, Dominic's attitude was more like someone who had just heard bits and pieces about future events. Perhaps this Dominic isn't the person you're looking for, but rather someone whose situation is similar to the relationship between you and me. Yeah. This is merely speculation, of course. Will you just help us? I've grown weary of this world. I'm open to some crazy projects, but you'll need to tell me what exactly needs to be done first. Besides that, I have one last personal matter to attend to. Professor Kilgore Trout makes public confession in his new autobiography. A reporter from a news agency received the latest novel by Professor Kilgore Trout. Except for early life anecdotes, the book details how the protagonist, a psychiatrist of 15 years, manipulated and drove 13 individuals to suicide. All were patients he had treated for mental illnesses, with the latter half of the book including the actual case files of the 13 patients. One of the patients bore an identical name to the mastermind behind the museum arson case from 15 years earlier. Professor Trout's family members were among the victims of that incident. After repeated verification of the book's authenticity, the reporter decided to report to the police. "7,411 people initiated joint petition for March in support of Professor Kilgore Trout. As a renowned psychiatrist and psychologist, Professor Kilgore Trout has helped countless patients and assisted the police in solving numerous cold cases. The 13 people he incited to commit suicide all had criminal records, but were largely exempt from punishment due to their mental illnesses. According to the reporter's detailed investigation, during the 15 years Professor Trout worked as a psychiatrist, he assisted the police in identifying around 100 criminal cases involving mentally ill individuals, with 13 believed to have been driven to suicide. In an interview, he disclosed his motive: to test if those who justify murder with mental illnesses would themselves resort to the same reasoning for suicide. And yet, it still hasn't stopped people from speaking out for him. So far, 7,411 people have initiated a joint petition online and organized an offline march. It's out of my control. Ah. Ugh. Okay. Ah. Okay. Determination of sentence for Professor Kilgore Trout may prove difficult. The police have yet to discover further evidence linking Professor Kilgore Trout to the 13 suicides after his last autobiography was sent out. Supporters have raised doubts about whether the autobiography was actually written by Professor Kilgore Trout himself. Was it by a journalist who has been bribed to send the professor's reputation down the drain? Was the professor forced to write the autobiography? Professor Kilgore Trout signed death row inmate body experiment agreement. Before leaving, he smiles at the reporters and says, "I want to delve into more possibilities before the world meets its end, regardless of where I may find myself." Significant progress made in experiment for uploading mind data. Mind data can now be fully integrated into humanoid bodies. These entities are designated as constructs. Reports indicate that after his consciousness was digitized, Professor Trout offered invaluable information and methodological insights to researchers, propelling the advancement of construct research to new heights. Incident report. Kilgore Trout's mind data has been lost. It's as if it was deleted, but that's impossible. Someone must be helping him. Consciousness data doesn't just vanish into thin air. This demands immediate investigation. He escaped. I hope doing well, Professor Trout. Our current technology is limited. My consciousness is cluttered with too many other voices, but the digitization process remains necessary. You seek someone to take over Agent Zero's authority, and I'm curious to see what possessing such power would be like. But first, one must shed their human vessel. But my limited. I hope Nick will preparations, or this will all be in vain. Of course, if he everything, we won't have any room to intervene. Let's treat this as a contingency then. After all, this world still lacks the means to freely rewind time. Why didn't you tell everyone about the warning? Do you think that would have made any difference?
Mister? Is this the place?
Following Trout's instructions, Lithos carried the container housing Trout's consciousness and lurked in Constellia for days, before finally sneaking into the underground hidden floor. Hi, Ashfrost! How are you? How's it going? We're learning about Vonnegut's past. You're tired but fine? Okay. I'm glad you're fine, but I hope you can get some good rest. After a long wait, precisely at the ignition of 0 Point Reactor 1 and the outbreak of the punishing virus, a strange rift materialized before Lithos. A young man staggered out of the rift, collapsed before Lithos, and reached out his hand. Give me Trout's consciousness. That marked their first encounter. What happened to the Hetero Tower's core you mentioned? The core can't be destroyed, and neither can Agent Zero. If I brought the core with me, she would follow. So I left it with the bridge. As Nemo had predicted, the contaminating mimetic of this world did not appear, likely due to Dominic's more thorough preparations. Yet the rift that the bridge across dreams failed to seal still stood as a subtle reminder. The future threat remained uneliminated. Agent Zero still existed, and the Hetero Tower would appear again. Perhaps he should never have come here at all. Perhaps he should have perished there, along with everyone from that future. But would that truly solve everything once and for all? Hi, Bunny! How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Moreover, everything he had witnessed continued to remind him. Merely containing the contaminating mimetic within Gestalt was far from enough. You're good but tired? You and Ashfrost said almost the same thing. At the moment, Vonnegut sits in his room, poring over these records. Yeah, he is. His consciousness, merged with those of numerous death row inmates who participated in mind digitization experiments, was implanted into Nemo's body. For an impossibly long time, his mind remained in chaos. Noises constantly interfered with his thoughts, sometimes even disrupting his actions. A maddening loss of control for a professor who had always carried himself with such composure. Not cuter than me? Oh, thank you. Although I would say I'm cute in a bit of a different way. Though terrified by these occasional glimpses of erratic behavior, Lithos remained steadfastly by the professor's side. After all, this was the man who had once saved his life. It was during that time that he gradually became aware of Luna's transformation into an agent. Through careful observation, he unraveled how she connected to the Ascension Network. A coincidence, yes, but one that could be replicated. The others who merged with his consciousness in the mind could inherently increase the weight of information. After an extensive process of organization, he finally obtained power equal to that of an agent. To maintain control, he must trim away the noises, excise unwanted consciousnesses. Well, I can't see the beginning of that. Yet to maintain his authority as an agent, he must preserve these very same consciousnesses. Sounds rough. Even now, these chaotic, remorseful voices continue to urge forward both filtering and evolution. They yearn to leave regret behind, to become truly omnipotent. Even now, the slightest lapse sends him spiraling into the dreams of madness. Who exactly am I? Am I truly lucid and in control of this self that I am? Under these persistent self-interrogations, he donned his mask, maintaining a series of intentionally disquieting habits, all to keep every consciousness within his mind on edge, to ensure his own existence. This collection of chaotic memories made whole, the mask bestowed upon them a singular, unified identity. These self-imposed moments of discomfort served as a way to verify whether he still maintained control over himself. Torn between these two states, he silently endured the first 2 decades following the outbreak of the punishing virus. This world seemed peaceful enough. The punishing virus, in contrast to the chaos contamination, proved more detectable and less lethal. Yet it remained dangerous, harboring, at the very least, the potential for catastrophe. This premonition of his came true the moment the red tide erupted. Yet the traits of the red tide, particularly those red tide projections, heralded an entirely new possibility. Every voice within his mind called out with their remorse, hoping the red tide could preserve the deceased and grant the lost souls a second chance at life. Even now, he can still vividly recall the turmoil at that time. It seemed to have taken him tremendous effort before he finally managed to regain his sense of purpose. He steeled his resolve to trim away and excise the others from his mind. My reading makes you very comfortable and very sleepy in a good way. I'm glad. If it helps you fall asleep, then that's good. Because if you're tired, then you should get some good rest. Mister, I'm glad you've made this decision and entrusted the operation to me. As his mind finally grew clearer, he began to notice that the origin of the red tide bore striking similarities to the chaos contamination. Oh, hi, Vilrose. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, I'm doing Shaper's Ripples. I'm on the 4th part. It has been quite a ride. Yeah, like the first 3 parts were very emotionally demanding. And I'm expecting this one to be as well. But I like when stories trample on my heart a little bit. So I'm having a fun time. I'm really excited to do this last part. It seemed everything was far from over. You like when they pull on the heartstrings too? Yeah. think it's fun. It made me like really. I think like a few things in particular have been really pulling on my heartstrings. Like in part 3, the fact that Lucia and the Commandant, they both were like, they kept both telling each other, like, let's go home together. But both of them were prepared not to make it out. So they're both lying to each other. And it's just like, And then also, like, Yuko's whole deal. She's an NPC, but like, damn. Ugh. Yeah, it's been emotional. And also, the end of part 3, where Lucia went 30 years into the past and started fighting all those hetero creatures. That's worrisome. Was it the fog? Had it seeped into somewhere unnoticed? Countless questions lingered amid the noises, offering no definitive answers. Mister, this will be your 3rd operation. It might damage your mind. The more he faced the red tide, the more apparent the Hetero Tower's growth became. He must prepare the key now. Losing the Hetero Tower would be more catastrophic than anything else. Making hetero creatures more human? Let's begin with creatures like those on Earth. Fish or insects will suffice. We should take this experiment one step at a time. He never revealed his true intentions to Lithos. Advancing the Red Tide's evolution aligned perfectly with the whispers from the Ascension Network, and Lithos eagerly embraced this mission. Upon reviewing the existing data, Vonnegut rubs his pen in contemplation before updating new records on his terminal. Due to the Constellia incident, Shiko Kirishima's mind has remained stable. Babylonia has obtained more complete data through her elimination. As the specific contents remain unknown, it's unclear whether the humans are devising countermeasures, or if the increased volume of data is simply prolonging the analysis process. The Hetero Tower's manifestation was 1 month later than the previous time, yet still earlier than initially estimated. Last time, its premature appearance might have been due to the humans completing their preparations and establishing positioning coordinates. This time, it may be because Agent Zero has regained full authority. The silver lining is that even after its manifestation, the Hetero Tower still lacks a core, preventing Agent Zero from seizing it. And now... Vonnegut glances at the time, May 10th. According to the correct timeline, the Grey Raven Commandant has been missing for just over a month. The Cradle of Deep Blue project continues to advance, though he has faced numerous failures in the process. Each key discovered has proven imperfect. After repeated tests, only the Grey Raven Commandant has proved compatible with his plans. Everyone else has encountered varying degrees of complications. If he were to place this true Commandant right before him, rescued from the Hetero Tower, into the Cradle of Deep Blue, no point in feigning sleep now that you're awake. He speaks to the person lying on the bed a few steps away. Oh. That was okay. The final interview. I'm gonna have a drink. This is the 4th night of a lot of very Walking heavy streams. Alright. The final interview. I think the greatest, most frightening, and tragic form of hypocrisy in life is the truth that no one dares face. That humanity does not cherish life. After 7 full days of slumber, you struggle to sit up. The sutured wound on your abdomen appears nearly healed. Oh. So it's me. I'm the one who was on the bed. Oh no. I'm in a room alone with him. Interesting. I'm gonna observe him. You applaud me in not only reading the story, but reading it out loud as well. PGR story is incredibly word heavy. Yeah, it is. But even though it's a little bit demanding, it is fun. I do enjoy doing it. I mean, I think this is your first time here, Vilrose. Yeah, you're a first time chatter. And I am, so I'm also an aspiring voice actor. I'm taking classes right now. So that's also part of why I enjoy it. I like getting to practice a bit. And I don't know. It's just it's fun to, I guess, try things out. It's not completely an ideal situation. The main issue is just that I don't live alone, so I can't be too loud. Because I could be if I was in my basement, but I got a new computer recently and it's on the first floor, so I can't be too loud because I have people sleeping upstairs. My parents are up there. If I yell too loud, I'm gonna wake them up, definitely. I can't do that. I've worried myself a little bit these past couple days. I'm a little worried I've gotten a little too loud, but if I have, my parents haven't said anything. Anyway, let's observe Vonnegut for you know, for research purposes. For science. Vonnegut sits close to the bed like an attending physician, studying something on his outdated terminal, while keeping watch of your every movement through his peripheral vision. Upon closer inspection, you notice that beneath his coat, he's wearing something different from his usual attire. It looks more like casual homeware. Did you stitch up my wound? He did not answer. How did I end up at your place? Because of your severe injuries. After leaving the Hetero Tower, people in the clean zone should have found me. There's no clean zone here. You and Lucia retrieved the Hetero Tower's core. Lee modifying the core and creating the clean zone happened in the previous layer. Naturally, this layer has no clean zone. Previous layer? Previous layer. He shows absolutely no intention of explaining further. Every possible exit is sealed off by a force field. Escape seems nearly impossible. Lucia is still trapped in the fog. Even if with the key, you don't know how to use it. You must extract information from Vonnegut, then find a way to save Lucia and take her out of the Hetero Tower. Asking you directly would make him suspicious. You decide to start with some casual conversation. What time is it now? It's the afternoon of May 10th, 1 month after you fell from the transport craft into the red tide. Don't act like you had nothing to do with this. Are you expecting me to apologize for this? Or perhaps you're just looking for empty words of compensation? All I look for is killing you. Is that so? I hope you've scheduled an appointment. There's quite a waiting list for that particular matter. His cold demeanor makes it clear this discussion is going nowhere. You should focus on gathering intelligence for now. Shouldn't you be in the Hetero Tower? At this point in time, I haven't entered the Hetero Tower yet. But you remember what happened in the Hetero Tower. Transferring memories to the Hetero Tower and punishing virus is one of my specialties. Why did you save me? To ensure you're in optimal condition for the next phase of the plan. What will happen to Lucia and me, now that the clean zone doesn't exist? You'll likely still enter the Hetero Tower, once you're ready. What about Lee? Vonnegut glances at his antiquated terminal, preparing to search through some records. You will still enter the Hetero Tower, albeit with a focus on mending the rifts that have appeared alongside it. So the world is relatively safe for now? No crisis has erupted yet? Yeah. But once Agent Zero returns, it becomes impossible to predict which moment in time will be affected. And the chaos contamination hasn't spread either. At the mention of this, Vonnegut's hand freezes for a brief moment. How did you learn about this? From Dominic? Grey Raven Commandant. Vonnegut repeats your title in a grave tone. Though his head remains lowered and his expression unchanged, his grip on the pen tightens ever so slightly. I suppose even you would consider this situation out of control? Should you tell him about what you glimpsed in your dreams? If you remain silent, this agent certainly won't reveal anything more to you either. In those long, agonizing dreams, he never once disclosed the chaos contamination to his subordinates, instead consistently portraying it as an unavoidable phenomenon caused by the Ascension Network and Punishing Virus. Unveiling what he already knows will merely expose your means of acquiring such information, hardly escalating the peril of your predicament, as you're already entrenched in the tiger's den. I actually just dreamt about you. Oh my god, you guys, he's looking at me. You adjust your position, letting your recently healed body rest against the pillow, and begin to recount the visions that unfolded in your slumber. About Nemo and Professor Trout, and the Death Row inmates merged into his mind. Every event that happened in the ocean's depths, alongside the events involving the Core and Lee within the Hetero Tower, you shared it all with him. It is only after you finish telling this long story that he finally raises his gaze from the antiquated terminal to meet your eyes. Then, he thoughtfully lowers his head again to look at the records on the terminal. These symptoms of yours, they're remarkably similar to the effects of Agent Zero's authority. If there aren't any secrets about you beyond my grasp, then it means you've eventually merged with Chaos and taken the place of Agent Zero. His voice is calm, even with an undercurrent of dejection. Since you already know so much, there's no point in hiding things anymore. If there's anything you want to know, go ahead and ask. Yet, if the answer requires a detailed elaboration, you can only ask one question. I have matters to attend to later, and you must stay here until you've fully recovered before departing. 2. You're the one who needs my help right now. Even if you keep me locked here, I have ways of being uncooperative. Go ahead. First, explain to me what you mean by the previous layer. It refers to different future paths. For instance, in the previous layer, where the Hetero Tower's core was still intact, Lee would modify it after entering the tower. After the core was destroyed and taken away, Lee's actions within the tower would change, instead focusing on mending the rifts by paying an equivalent price. Commandant is a brat confirmed. We're being difficult. We're not trapped in a room with him. He's trapped in a room with us. And we have the potential to be a problem. The diverging futures of this world are intrinsically linked to the Hetero Tower. Rather than using terms like world lines, I prefer to refer to them as different layers of the Hetero Tower. So you've read Steins Gate? Or watched the anime? Even when events are altered through the Hetero Tower, the sacrifices and existences of the past don't disappear. They become the foundation leading to the next layer. The Hetero Tower grows ever taller because of this, until it brings about destruction, or until the moment of collapse. What will happen if it collapses? The world of the highest layer will remain. Is it still possible to return to the previous layer? If both Agent Zero and the core still exist, yes. That's why we must stop Agent Zero from reclaiming the core, even if it means melting the core down. I understand. Now for my next question. What exactly is Dominic's current state? One who stands in the light should have more contact with you than I do. You don't know? But you gave me the hint about Dominic's invitation back then. You must know something at least. Dominic's invitation? Did I already look at this one? Yeah, I did. Okay. He searches through his vast repository of memories, spanning countless moments, then briefly checks his terminal before finally understanding which specific item the person on the bed is referring to. Someone capable of leaving you that invitation must possess the ability to perceive beyond their own viewpoint. It is logical that they would leave a password that only you could remember. That's just my theory. Is the current Dominic the same person as the one Nemo met? Most likely not. I suspect the real Dominic never escaped the fog. Through some means, Dominic has been continuously sending messages to the successor in this era. Okay. So I think that would mean that the Dominic associated with the key is separate from the Dominic from our timeline. Although it was already unclear what was up with the Dominic in our timeline. But I guess at least now we kind of know what's up with other timeline Dominic. So you mean the current Dominic is more like Dominic's successor?
Correct. I believe the previous Dominic gave you that invitation, so you could become the new Dominic and contain the contaminating mimetic.
I refused back then.
Even if, as the new successor, there would be little you could do against those determined to break through the data walls to get their hands on Dominic's legacy. Besides, it would mean digitizing your brain, your consciousness, and you lack the required affinity for that, right? That's why I had them use cloning on you instead. It's an older, yet more dependable technology.
You mentioned Dominic is in the fog. What exactly is the fog?
It's a realm of temporal chaos, created by the Hetero Tower and chaos contamination. To draw a comparison, it resembles the red tide in this world to some extent.
The red tide?
Or rather, the red tide is a lesser variant of the fog. It can corrupt time, and also keep one alive in an incomplete state.
He hesitates for a moment.
Can you imagine a world stripped down to just 2 dimensions, or yourself existing as a 2-dimensional being?
So that's the fog? Has anyone ever made it back safely after being swallowed by the fog?
It might be possible, with the Hetero Tower's core.
I have one more question.
You've already asked 2.
It's no big deal compared to you coveting my life. Vonnegut lets out a sigh.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm a problem. I think I'd rather ask him a personal question. Not surprisingly, not for gay reasons. Not this time. But just because I feel like I already know a good amount about the contaminating mimetic and the chaos contamination. I'd like to know more about the man. Oh god, there's more questions. Are you left-handed? Do you have a cat? And you just mentioned that these symptoms of mine might mean I'll become... Okay, one of these is serious. As funny as it would be to ask the other 2 questions, I think I gotta ask the first one. You know, I kind of just... I do this kind of, like I imagine myself as the Commandant in character. Does that make sense? So I'm gonna make the decision that I would make in character, so to speak. So that would be asking the first question. That's the most in character. I wouldn't ask if he's left-handed. And I wouldn't ask if he has a cat. That cast question seems pretty serious to you. Yeah, it is important to know whether he has a cat. Maybe later I can go back and look at his answers to the other questions. But for now, I'll ask this one. You mentioned that these symptoms of mine might mean I'll become Agent Zero in the future. But you sound quite dejected. Aren't you happy about this? It's a sign your plan has succeeded.
Many people prepared for ways to survive the catastrophe. But in the end, only this plan, the one demanding the greatest sacrifices, the most deplorable of them all, succeeded. How boring.
So you knew your plan was deplorable all along. Why didn't you change it?
You haven't saved everyone yet. You know your own limitations and what you can't accomplish. So why won't you change your approach? An agent has their limitations and capabilities. I've tried many other approaches too, repeatedly revising my plans using the Hetero Tower. Upon reviewing the outcomes, among everything within my power, this plan is, in fact, the most considerate of others.
If you truly wish to save the future...
Save the future? I'm not some noble idealist. Besides, as long as the sun continues to rise, the world will always need salvation.
Do you still want to pass through the gateway?
That's one of my goals, yes. A planet devoid of life would be boring too. These two things aren't mutually exclusive.
A plan that tries to accomplish both will demand countless sacrifices. Would Nemo approve of such a plan?
I only wish to give that world its final rest. They're not quite dead. Their consciousnesses are still struggling at death's door. I found no way to save them, and I absolutely cannot bring the core back there.
While Vonnegut's voice remains unchanged, his tone is now tinted with subtle weariness and softness. Nemo?
This purpose aligns with the others as well.
He returns to his usual composed and detached demeanor. Why does the contaminating mimetic specifically target 0-point energy? He lets out another sigh, seemingly giving up on arguing about how many questions this makes. Yeah! You answer my questions, buddy. I'm in charge.
The gateway in the Hetero Tower serves as a shortcut to another gate.
Another gate?
That lady once told me about another gate, behind which exists a civilization without life.
Yeah, you get it, Vilrose. I'm pulling the strings here.
It's recycling what it deems valuable. Civilizations that have mastered 0-point energy, and testing them. Those civilizations whose development is deemed unbalanced or incorrect have their data harvested and brought back through the gate, where they're left to evolve on their own.
Incorrect civilizations?
The criterion is whether they can survive the contaminating mimetic's assault. If humanity can learn to control the punishing virus, as they do fire, it'll become both a gift and a tool. To fail the test, yet recklessly utilize 0-point energy is, in the eyes of the gate, incorrect.
Why would the gate do this?
To preserve the data seeds of civilization. The gate seeks to carry these seeds through the catastrophe of the heat death, allowing them to be reborn when the universe starts anew.
He forces out a sarcastic laugh.
If you've never found me kind, don't expect any kindness from this civilization either. No matter the reason, once you set your sights on something too distant and grand, everything in the present becomes expendable.
That's how you see me and humanity. We're just sacrificial pawns to you, aren't we? He remains non-committal.
Regardless, I will ensure Agent Zero's authority remains under human control, allowing the sacrificed to be reborn through the Red Tide's aid. She will contain the red tide within the ocean, carving out a habitable zone for what remains of humanity.
Is this your vision of an ideal world? To have humanity live forever in fear? Suppressed by both the Red Tide and Agent Zero? To live at the mercy of her self-control and kindness, unable to explore any further? To let all those who sacrificed their lives undergo a twisted rebirth within the Red Tide?
Feel free to disagree, but there are no better options left. I will soon take you to the sea, where you'll replace the incomplete chaos and solve the problem at its very source. Dominic has failed to find a successor, and Babylonia's technology isn't advanced enough to defend itself against Agent Zero. For both you and humanity, I am the only choice left. An ironic situation indeed. But no matter how much hatred you harbor, the only path forward is... Okay. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming. Okay. I'm gonna slap him. Yeah, there have been a few choices in this game that have gotten me like this. Like there was one that I remember in Cradle Parade, when you and Short Halt are talking about Lithos, and like Lithos is still calling Short Halt is still calling Lithos a girl, and you get the option to clarify Lithos's pronouns. And I think earlier in the chapter, when you're talking to Lithos directly, you get the opportunity to ask what his pronouns are. And if you ask, he just looks at you. We're being respectful, just not at the right time. I loved those. And then, like, if you clarify the pronouns to Short Halt, he's like, I thought I was using Lithos's preferred pronouns. It's good. Alright, I'm gonna hit him. Ooh! Vonnegut never expected this from you, a disarmed human. Accompanied by the sharp echo of the slap, that perfectly fitted mask drops onto his lap. And then I go, Commandant always aims to be respectful, even to their enemies. This is true. This is true. And then after I hit him, I go, ow! Ow, 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 because his mask is pointy, and it probably hurt my hand. And also, he's made of metal, and that also probably hurt my hand. So I'm going, ow, 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 ow. But it was worth it, because you suck, even if you're hot. Beneath the mask, the face is marred with cracks, as if its bearer has long forsaken the effort to mend these wounds. An agent like you can't even heal the wounds on your own face? Wounds? Ah, they're caused by the instability of my mind. Even if I heal them, they'll just fester again. No point in wasting effort. Does mind instability really manifest on one's face? This happens when you forget your original face. Is it because of the voices mixed in your mind? Or the memory chaos brought back by repeatedly experiencing time rewinds? Is that all you want to ask?
He picks up his mask and locks it back onto his face.
Since you chose to hit me here, this must be more than just an emotional outburst.
Hit him again. Okay, I gotta pick here. I think in this case, I'm just gonna go with the silence. It's not fun, but I feel like that's what I would do. I wouldn't hit... And also, because as I said, his mask has, like, pointy parts on it, and I probably hurt my hand, so I'm not gonna do it again, because it hurt.
Tell me what you want.
Care to take a gamble? Take me back to the Hetero Tower. He listens in silence, as if he has been waiting for these exact words all along. The Hetero Tower's core is with Lucia. Leaving her in the fog isn't what you want. It will only let the same tragedy repeat itself. I want you to help me rescue Lucia.
Do you realize what this means?
It will also let Agent Zero out, right?
Yep.
I know you have another option. You just don't want to use it.
Are you referring to giving the core to Chaos, allowing her to temporarily take over Agent Zero's authority?
Mm-hmm.
When did you learn about this option?
Actually, I didn't know. I was just trying to get you to talk. Well, big smart guy? You not used to being outsmarted by a little guy? By a little wimpy human? Huh? Yeah, I thought so.
Such an option indeed exists, but it would make Chaos end up like Cradle, gradually losing control over herself and becoming nothing more than a vessel for Agent Zero.
It means a chance to deliver the Hetero Tower's core to the Science Council. I want to finish what Dominic couldn't back then. Concerns flicker across Vonnegut's face, yet he stays silent, intent on listening. I understand you're still determined to make me merge with Chaos, and Lucia will still not allow it. The gamble will come after Chaos becomes Agent Zero.
Is this how you want to choose who gets to decide your fate?
You don't have a choice. Even if I fully yield to you at this moment, head to the underwater Cradle slaughterhouse and allow Cadilla to shape me into a proper key. The issue with the Hetero Tower's core would still remain unsolved, even if I were to become Agent Zero. Unless Lucia is brought back, I won't help you with anything.
However, if you do save Lucia, she will start another endless cycle of time rewinds and battles, fighting relentlessly to get you back.
Indeed.
So your plan is to have the me currently inside the Hetero Tower pull both Lucia and the tower's core out of the fog. Then hand the core to Chaos, kill Cradle when she catches up, and let Chaos take over Agent Zero's authority, even though it won't last long.
If you win, I'll convince Lucia to leave with the core on her own, and I'll merge with Chaos. He falls into contemplation for a moment,
there's a major variable in your plan. But even if you win all your gambles, a battle with Agent Zero will certainly cause the Hetero Tower to collapse again. The time you and Lucia arrive at after leaving the tower will become even more uncertain, and even the anchor point she left on May 3rd will be erased. What if you end up in a desolate time or world, and the Hetero Tower's ongoing collapse makes it impossible for you to return? There's another thing. The I inside the Hetero Tower, after enduring prolonged torture, must have depleted all reserves of composure. If I'm not completely broken down by then, that means I'll act on the more volatile side. It's bound to be an unsavory battle.
But right now, you still have the power to change time and receive information from the future. Why not take the gamble here and now, instead of dealing with me being completely uncooperative? After a long, silent contemplation, Vonnegut speaks in a tone unlike his own.
Sure.
You're agreeing to this?
Yes. I've also been wondering what it would be like if Dominic's original plan had succeeded. Even if it fails, let's consider it a necessary setback.
Nemo.
But you must understand this. If Chaos fails to hold on, and you remain unable to find a way out, even Time Rewind will have repercussions. At that point, you absolutely cannot evade sacrifice any longer. Otherwise, this world will spiral into the same predicament and march toward inevitable destruction again.
Alright. When it really comes down to it, I will not evade sacrifice. I promise. I'll stake my life on this.
Your life? A sneer forces its way through his weary voice. Back then, everyone who entrusted their lives to me thought the same way. You all just want to trade your lives away like currency, making a graceful escape from this suffering. His sneer trembles with lingering resentment. But the sacrifice I speak of is to forever live on, with time as your only companion, witnessing everyone's departure, yet remembered by none.
If after all the struggles, that is still the only possible ending, I will accept whatever cards fate deals me. Ooh. That was a fun talk. I learned some things, convinced him of some things, and I got to hit him in the face. That was fun. I got the opportunity to hit him twice, but I didn't take it because I'm nice. Okay. Here we go. The bridge across dreams. She came upon the bridge they had left behind, and we got 2 achievements here. At the end of the road, we hold on to each other, in the whispers of forgotten days. Three more days passed, and at last your body has fully recovered. Under Vonnegut's watchful gaze, you step into the Crimson Hetero Tower once more. Alone, dodging hetero creatures in red tide within the Hetero Tower, he finally returned to the starting point after a long, grueling journey. Before you stands that same silhouette marred with wounds. You wish there was a story compendium of sorts to be able to look back at other parts of the story without having to play through them again? Yeah, I think I get what you mean. There is a gallery that I think lets you go through all the cutscenes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there is a gallery that lets you go through all the cutscenes, I think, but I don't know if that's exactly what you mean, you know? Thank you. You're back. How is Chaos doing? I've managed to repair much of her damage. Just as the outside Vonnegut said, the Vonnegut here will surely repair Chaos. Soft footsteps approach. Looking down, you see the doll's face, still wearing that unchanging expression. Chaos. Are you alright? She nods gently. You bend down to meet her gaze. For the first time, those once vacant eyes now show a glimmer of emotion. Why did you come back? Are you still going to do this? Have you still made the same choice? Chaos's gaze slowly drops downward, eventually moving back upon you. I can hold on a bit longer. There's no rush to decide now. Agent Zero hasn't come back yet. Oh, you mean like story summaries with highlighted keywords? Yeah, that would be good. Because sometimes, you know, like, there are callbacks to a chapter that came out like years ago, and you might not remember everything exactly. And the only way now to be able to do that would be like go through the story again and check, and that could take a while. Yeah, story summaries would be really nice. I can hold on a bit longer. There's no rush to decide now. Agent Zero hasn't come back yet. No, I haven't given up. I came back because I have a new plan. A new plan? Even while fending off the spikes, Vonnegut keenly catches your whispered words. What are you planning? A gamble. His voice brims with impatience, for enduring prolonged torment leaves no soul untouched. Very well. I'll take the gamble. The Hetero Tower's core remaining in the fog is indeed a risk, but regardless of the outcome, I will leave and stop standing guard before this rift. But if you lose... Chaos's gaze is lowered, whether from weariness or a reluctance to meet your eye. You cannot tell. At least I fought with everything I have. Besides, victory or defeat won't be determined until our battle reaches its end. Chaos raises her gaze momentarily, yet as if a sudden recollection strikes, her already dim pupils retreat back into a hollow abyss. Are you sure about this? I trust Lucia. So you defeat Vonnegut, and I gain Agent Zero's authority. Then what? The problem remains unsolved. The mission bound to that authority will corrupt me in return, and I'll lose myself just like Cradle did. Even if I can suppress it for now, one day, eventually. Before that day comes, I'll return with a solution. We have the core, and all this intelligence to work with. Asimov, other construct squads, and Babylonia. All I need to do now is to bring the core back and buy time for everyone. Just as Chaos is about to speak again, a cold warning suddenly cuts through the air, emanating from the figure nearby. Now that a decision has been made, there should be a sense of urgency. Agent Zero might return at any given moment. Using the bridge across dreams won't just help us find Lucia, but also let Cradle track us down. Keep dawdling like this, and your absurd plan will be dead in the water before you can even test it. The you outside the Hetero Tower has already said the same thing. Let's get started then. Beneath his urgent pressing rests an unvoiced truth, one that eludes the listener's notice entirely. The rift before him trembles ever so faintly, as countless indistinct whispers echo through the space like murmurs from a haunting nightmare. In this gray, hazy realm, a faint buzzing sound persists, the last remaining proof that Lucia is still alive. Hi again, Bunny. You're more sleepy? If you need to go to sleep, that's okay. But if you want to stick around, that's okay too. Do whatever you want. I'm not your mom. She no longer cares to count the years she has endured. Her body and memory is now worn ragged by the ceaseless erosion of time. Running has lost all meaning. No matter how far she pushes forward, the scenery around her remains forever unchanged. That faint glimmer of hope lies eternally out of reach. Perhaps it was nothing but a false lure from the very beginning. I'm not your mom, but I'm your new friend. Aw, that's sweet. Her futile running slowly comes to a halt, and Lucia collapses to the ground. Her eyes, now nearly melded with the fog, stay locked on the churning cube grasped in her hand. Silently, her fingers tighten, pressing against the key that holds the core within. The buzzing cuts off abruptly, and with it, the last trace of discord in this deathly silence vanishes. Within this eternity, she finally accepts the future she has long since forgotten. Or foreseen. Oops. I'm sorry. Her voice dissipates into the fog, leaving only the silent movement of her lips. No, this isn't Wuthering Waves. The waves here aren't wuthering. There are waves, they're not wuthering though. I've hidden too many things. Both about the choice and the price of using the key. She speaks these words to herself in silence. At least, let me keep our final promise and see you one last time. As she speaks to herself, the port at the back of her neck opens, exposing the circuits that connect to her frame's core. I miss you so much. I really want to return to you and everyone. The key emits another solitary buzz as Lucia, with unwavering determination, guides it towards the port. No matter what, I will keep my promise and return this core to you. Bowing her head, she places her hand over her chest, fingers delicately tracing the Grey Raven emblem, a silent oath to her companions. You will all survive this. I promise. A luminous glow envelops her form as the power of the key surges through every part of the pyroth frame. The perpetually quiet fog at last breaks its silence. Lucia raises her head, clenching her fist and pressing it firmly against the emblem, as if sharing a long-distance fist bump with her fellow Grey Ravens, whom she hasn't seen for— No! whom she hasn't seen for so long. And this price, I alone will pay it. As if responding to her resolve, a rift silently emerges amidst the surging fog. Okay, let's go!
So this is the way out of the fog. No, it's similar to the Hetero Tower in terms of nature and function, except it's more like a bridge in comparison with the Hetero Tower.
What's this do? Is it sprinting, or...?
This is the rule we set. This is our safety zone. These, our wills, are the only things we were able to leave you with.
Yeah, so is this like a sprint? Oh no, it's a jump. Okay.
Nemo, leave this world. Find a way to completely eliminate Agent Zero.
The way I've mapped this on my controller is not ideal.
Do me a favor. Save that world that has yet to be destroyed. Save those who still wish to live.
Forget about us! Don't try to save us! And don't waste your chance to turn back time on us!
Okay.
Their rules still protect this place. I'm sorry, but I must pass through. Gather Sunblade!
Ah!
Gather Sunblade! Rise, fly high! Let the lotus bloom! There's no point in prolonging this fight. I need to get out first.
Ah! Okay. Ah! I didn't know it was just gonna run. Ah! Wait, did I not do it? Why'd it turn red? Am I supposed to do it with, like, the right timing, maybe?
This bridge looks to be made from those remains.
Dominic has left, but he was prepared, as expected of our hero.
Keep going, Nemo. If you seek atonement, fulfill your father's final wish. It's what we all hoped for, too.
Wait, his father's final wish? His father?
I can only remain. The exit is just below.
Ah!
This bridge is rejecting me. I must hurry across.
Ah! Ah! Okay, come on.
Commandant, finally,
Yeah! I did it. Homecoming butterfly. Before everything faded, she thought back to the beginning once more. Not that of Agent Zero, but the one that belonged to Cradle. And again, 2 more achievements. Listen closely to its last song, and I don't need your help. Who doesn't need whose help? Tremors shudder through the air as Vonnegut lowers his hands, maintaining the force field, allowing the rift to stir before everyone. Your heartbeat quickens as you instinctively move a step ahead. As you step forward, a figure tumbles out from within, taking several unsteady steps before barely regaining her balance. Those familiar eyes appear veiled by a gray haze, her gaze drifting aimlessly until finally settling upon you. Come. Lucia! Ignoring the ache in your heart, you dash forward without hesitation. You firmly support the faltering Lucia with both hands. While her frame shows barely any external damage, just as relief begins to set in, an inexplicable unease suddenly wells up within you. The unease stems from Lucia's silence and the uncertain state of her mind. In this instant, her eyes lock onto your face as the haze veiling her gaze gradually fades away. As if beholding a bright light, she stares in a daze, her lips trembling, her now bright eyes reflecting the hope she holds dear. Lucia. Before you can call out again, you sense a sudden weight in your arms as Lucia envelops you in a tight embrace. Yeah, we're back together! Casting aside the prolonged solitude and countless unspoken words, she embraces this long-lost warmth, clutching tightly onto the one to whom her heart belongs. All the suppressed grief and confusion vanishes like mist. This moment of reunion strips away her shell of numbness, and beneath your touch, Lucia trembles ever so slightly. Pat. I'm alright. Thanks to you and Lee, the situation at the Hetero Tower hasn't spread any further. She remains silent, simply tightening her embrace. Her soft murmur of acknowledgement is barely audible, a mere whisper in the air. Lucia? Commandant. Her voice emerges muffled, but steadier now. Lucia scrutinizes the person before her, as if absorbing every familiar detail she once knew all too well. Lucia. Yes, Commandant. Her voice grows steadier with each word. As her unease melts away, Lucia lifts her head once more. She loosens her embrace and steps back, her gaze traveling from head to toe before meeting your eyes again. Lucia. Luke. Welcome back. She breaks into a smile and responds with another fleeting embrace. so brief that you only catch the sound of her voice echoing softly by your ear. I think this is the first time all chapter that she's called me by name. Glad to be back. Lucia steps back, ending the embrace. After meticulously checking your whole body, she unclenches her fists and gives a wry smile. Watching Lucia recover, her pyroth frame appears pristine on the surface, but there's no denying it has been under considerable strain. The earlier unease creeps back into you. However, Lucia instantly senses your concern and takes the initiative to report her condition. My frame is functioning normally. As for my mind, there are no deviation warnings detected. With those words, she initiates a mind connection with you. All readings are normal, and her mind displays no sign of deviation. It's just as Lucia said. While under considerable strain, her frame shows no serious issues. But why? Over 30 years of combat, plus the life or death escape from the fog. And she shows no serious issues at all? An ominous feeling creeps in, as if everything before you is but a fragile dream, ready to shatter at any moment. Your fingertips grow cold, the chill of anxiety creeping in. But then Lucia's hand finds yours, pushing back the cold with her warmth. I'll be fine, Commandant. Her voice is soft, as if hiding something, but before you can grasp this fleeting moment of doubt, your thoughts are interrupted by movement nearby. She's coming back too. Chaos approaches silently. Though she maintains a relatively safe distance, Lucia's hand drifts instinctively to the hilt of her pyro katana. Lucia, wait! We need to help Chaos. Lucia glances back at the rift, gesturing that there's an equally dangerous threat inside. Let's kill Cradle first. Then her gaze turns back to Chaos, suspicion and vigilance still lingering in her eyes. You can give her the core. After a moment of silence, Lucia nods, fixing a piercing gaze upon Vonnegut. This is a gamble. If he disagrees, a fight between us is inevitable. But this plan is our best bet for now. Got it. With the plan laid clear and intelligence complete, even though it's a gamble, Lucia no longer hesitates. She reaches into her frame and pulls out the key, extending it toward Chaos. Right at that moment, a crisp shattering and a deep howl echo simultaneously. Watch out! A cold glint slices through the air as razor-sharp blades, forged from the red tide, clatter to the ground. Oh, well, we finally meet again. You guys certainly weren't easy to find. Isn't it about time you give up? These futile struggles only make your life read like a tedious, wearisome novel. Commandant, stay back! We're still continuing like this? Before Cradle can finish speaking, she swiftly dodges to the side. An invisible impact grazes past her ear, taking with it a few strands of her long hair. And here I thought you'd keep watching from the sidelines. She glances at Vonnegut's body as it continues to heal. Must have been quite painful for you these days. And yet you still help them. Don't tell me you're working together now. Cradle's frown turns to a sudden realization, and the red tide around her begins to roil in response. With that, her smile fades and her eyes narrow. Excellent. This way, we might just write ourselves a nice, clean ending. Despite the reef's resilience, when faced with the relentless tides, it will eventually yield. with her declaration, the towering red tide comes crashing down with thunderous force.
Should you need it, I will.
Oh,
At least for now, we share a common enemy.
a shield?
Planning to step on your comrade's bones again to reach your next destination in life.
Raven's light.
Oh, chaos too?
Severed knight. Rise and fly high.
Wait, I didn't see what chaos did.
Behind you.
Oh, she shoots little beams. Ah!
Sunblade. Raven's light.
Behind you.
Let them
Whose turn is it this time?
beyond the mist and the abyss.
Lightly touch your past.
Nope. Oh, can chaos handle the...
Chaos.
Oh, she can hit through the equilibrium field?
Gather Sunblade.
Yeah!
Let's blossom together. You fall back first.
Whose turn?
Behind you.
Ugh.
Gather Sunblade. Rise and fly high.
You're not ready. Even if you destroy this body, Chaos will still meet the same fate as Cradle.
Man.
Long ago. Gather Sunblade.
Get your head up. Chaos.
Raven's light. Severed knight. Ugh. Let the lotus bloom.
Come on!
Who's the only one who failed this?
Oh, I know what self-sufficient must mean. I must have to do it without using Vonnegut or Chaos. I'll try. Maybe I can do it without dying this time too. That'd be nice.
Should you need it, I will.
I don't need it.
You should put your trust in me.
Ah!
Even if it's only for now.
Those who trusted you are long dead, Professor Trout.
Raven's light. Severed knight. Ugh. Rise and fly high.
Phew! Ugh.
Whose turn is it this time?
Let the lotus bloom. Yes, beyond the mist and the abyss.
Ah!
Whose turn is it this time?
Gather
yeah. Oh! Ah! Ah!
Whose turn is it this time? You're not ready.
Ah!
Even if you destroy this body, Chaos will still meet the same fate as Cradle.
My crow used to be long ago!
Ugh.
Talking to you is always special.
Raven's light. Severed neck. Let the lotus bloom.
The only one who failed is Cradle.
Okay, I probably have to do it without dying. And without their help. Okay. I'll do it. I got close that time, I think. I can do it, I think. I actually don't know. Yeah, third time's the
I
charm.
will.
Let's hope.
You should put your trust in me, even if it's only for now.
Ah!
Those who trusted you are long dead, Professor Trout.
Ugh.
Gather Sunblade. Raven's light. Severed neck. Rise and fly high.
Whose
Ooh,
turn is it?
where did I
this
get all
time?
these orbs?
Disappear. Whose turn is it this time?
Gather Sunblade. Raven's light. Severed neck. Let the
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
beyond the mist and the abyss.
Disappear.
Ah!
Whose turn is it this time?
Gather Sunblade. Raven's light. Severed. Rise and fly high.
Lightly touch your past.
Raven's light. Severed neck. Let the
Come on, come on, come on, go, 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 we can do it, we can do it, we can do it.
Let's blossom together. Beyond the mist and the abyss.
Wait, did that... She was invincible that time? Aww.
Talking to you is always special. Whose turn is it this time?
Gather Sunblade. Rise and fly high.
Haha.
Raven's light. Severed neck. Yes. Yes.
The only one who failed is
Hell yeah. I did it! Third try was the charm. And now, it's boss fight time. Victim of suicide epidemic. The primary goal now is to sacrifice oneself for the sake of survival. Achievements. Welcome to the new world. No matter how many times it churns, the fate is sealed. And defeat Vonnegut in the undying state. Does that just mean without dying? The petite figure slams violently against the tower wall, as fine lines spread out like a spider's web, accompanied by the faint sound of fracturing. See? A guttural moan escapes her throat as Cradle's composed demeanor crumbles, her eyes ablaze with hatred as Lucia charges towards her. She raises her hand to summon the red tide, but another force immediately intervenes, striking it down. With the red tide out of the way, Lucia's blade cuts cleanly through Cradle, the tremendous force sending her barely maintained form crashing down. You worthless, rotten blade. Why can't you just obey my orders? Muttering incoherently, Cradle rises back to her feet, standing amidst the splashing red tide around her. Don't let her catch her breath. With a nearly imperceptible nod, Lucia raises her blade and charges at her target again, while chaos simultaneously unleashes all her power. Instead of retreating, Cradle charges forward to meet them head-on, attempting another clash. But in that instant, several force fields flicker into existence, intersecting to form a barrier that locks Cradle in place. The timing is so impeccable that Cradle has no chance to alter her course, or even attempt an escape. Run! The blade drives through, its cold edge slicing clean and final. Cradle's unfinished cry dies in her throat as her life force flickers and fades, like a candle snuffed out in a single breath. Cradle lifts her head, her face contorted with agony. Seeing this, Lucia exerts more force, driving her blade another inch deeper without hesitation. This is the ending you deserve! Disregarding Lucia's movements, Cradle keeps her head high, her stare penetrating both Lucia and the Hetero Tower. While her pupils gradually lose their sharpness, a spark of obsession still burns within them. Ending? In her haze, long-buried memories flood her vision like a relentless stream. Why? On that day, she wandered through a desolate land, harboring the same confusion in her heart. The ground, covered in dust and sand, was dotted with weathered gravestones. The human, whom she calls the Curse Queller, has made their final choice. Why give up at the moment right before getting everything? In the end, I still couldn't understand anything. Whose memories are these? The original Cradles? Why all this now, of all times? Who cares? Coming back to her senses, she looks at Lucia's grave expression and suddenly breaks into a smile. With her contorted features, the smile appears both serene and maniacal. The ending I deserve. Hey, Lucia, did you know? Humans have many time-tested rules when writing stories. And one of them is the major character's exit should never be mundane. Watch out! Happening even faster than your cry of caution, Cradle's body begins its transformation. Your words cut off abruptly, followed by a deafening roar as Cradle's small frame erupts with terrifying force. Commandant! Caught in the explosion's epicenter, Lucia is sent flying backward by the blast. She crashes through cascading debris before her leg thrusters activate just in time to stabilize her in midair. The Hetero Tower refuses to cease its tremors, exactly as the Vonnegut outside warned. Like burning fuses, cracks spread rapidly across every surface, heralding an inevitable collapse. Amidst the relentless turmoil, Chaos leaps into the red tide with the core in her arms, her body already beginning to dissolve. Chaos! You come to a stop at the shore where she vanished, with Lucia standing beside you. Together, you both look out at the red tide as countless crimson butterflies, commanded by Cradle, glide into its depths, like fish returning home. Meanwhile, Vonnegut already stands ready at the edge of the red tide, channeling all his power to help maintain Chaos's form. You Scarlet Witch, did somebody say Chaos? I haven't played Marvel Rivals, but I've watched Kiro and Kieran play it a bit, and doesn't she always yell Chaos like really loudly? Meanwhile, oh wait, I already read that. Yes, pure chaos! I could have gone louder, but I can't right now because there are people sleeping. You gotta be careful. The tower's persistent tremors pound like war drums, causing the red tide beneath the agent to churn violently. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Every second of waiting feels unbearable as the collapse continues. That's what you sound like when you play Mario Party? Yelling, but quietly, or yelling pure chaos? Just as hope teeters on the edge of despair, a magnificent crimson mist rains down from above. A strange pair of hands reaches out, grasping Vonnegut, and then... Oh, yes. So both. Wings rise from the red tide, bearing countless eyes, lifting aloft a shattered consciousness. What's this? Chaos. She offers no response, her success proclaimed through this eternal silence. Her form grows to match Cradle's size, red tears eternally streaming down her pale cheek, as none can fathom the agony and torment she endures. This step is completed. Oh, wait, you can see on her, in addition to, like, her arms, there are 2 arms that are, like, grabbing her, reaching up. Vonnegut turns to face the 2 behind him. Oh hey, go off. That one little kid was a 7 deadly sin from Full Metal Alchemist, or was his name Salem? Wait, what? What one little kid? Or wait, do you mean the thing, the being grabbed or something? Is there a character in that show with like arms grabbing them? You were trying to make a Full Metal Alchemist joke. I'm sorry, I haven't seen the whole show. The girl with wings with eyes on them. Oh, there's one of those? Or no. Do you mean her? You mean Chaos? Wait. Am I confusing myself? Chaos. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Before he can make a move, Lucia's eyes flash with a sudden realization. In one fluid motion, she draws her blade and points it at the agent's figure. Do you really like Chaos's Agent Zero design, Vilrose? Yeah, me too. I mean, I liked her design. I thought her design was neat before. Not like super... It wasn't like super, you know, unique or detailed, but I liked it. But this is really interesting. I like the butterflies, how they kind of look a little bit like... Her wings look a little bit like a combination of Cradle's scythe and Ishmael's wings. No need for such alarm. I haven't stooped so low as to prey on the vulnerable. I suppose that courtesy only extends to Commandant, whom you still find useful. Unwilling to pursue this futile argument further, Vonnegut's gaze moves past Lucia to focus on you. Merging with Chaos is your best option now. The explosion triggered by Agent Zero has left the Hetero Tower on the brink of collapse. This is her revenge. I believe you understand what the consequences will be. I won't give up the chance to fight my way out. We have other options. Humanity still has a chance to turn the tide. After a moment of silence, Vonnegut shakes his head with evident weariness. So in the end, force is still what it takes to reach an agreement. You think that the ceaseless cycles of struggle have clouded my judgment. But from where I stand, it appears that you too are blinded by your past triumphs, oblivious to the true crisis at hand. Vonnegut grips Chaos's shoulder as a golden light blooms from his palm, enveloping the core level of the Hetero Tower. Let the survivor be the judge of right and wrong. The tremors temporarily halt under Agent Zero's command, while a magnificent mirage created by the force field emerges around you. Our battle need not leave more scars upon the Hetero Tower. Beneath his calm tone, an overwhelming surge of power comes crashing forth. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll do my best.
It all amounts to nothing.
Gather Sunblade!
Ah!
An oath changes nothing.
Raven's Light. Severed Knight. Let the Lotus bloom. Beyond this and the abyss.
Oh, he's got a shield. Can I get behind it?
Gather Sunblade.
It all amounts to nothing.
Ah!
Rise and fly high. Raven's Light. Severed Knight.
An oath changes nothing.
Beyond this and the abyss.
Ah! That still hit me? I thought I dodged it. Aw, man. Well, I'll keep going
Amounts to nothing.
since it's my first time. Ah! Vonnegut's attacks can be parried when he's using the light blade. However, you could be killed by him if attacked multiple times.
All amounts to nothing.
Ah! I just noticed what happened in the chat. I can take Vonnegut in a fight, right? Okay, but I feel you, Ashfrost. Vonnegut is very Oop. Ooh.
After countless failures,
Huh?
I devised this plan. Yes, it will demand sacrifice. But if not for it, the consequences will be far more devastating.
Never let you build your plans upon our sacrifices!
Our destinations should have been the same.
Even though the future we seek is different.
Can I just... Ah!
Instead of a plan guaranteed to succeed, you
No matter the price, I will keep my oath.
Eh? Oh! Ooh, Kowloon Metropolis.
It's time to end this! Gather Sunblade!
Oh.
Gather Sunblade!
Regular attacks don't work on Shadow of the Path. I didn't get a chance to read that.
Hero Tower is the source of contamination and needs to be destroyed. We can start over. The tower
Ah!
is still around. We can start over. Go and look for a new future.
Gather Sunblade! Severed nest! Rise and fly high! Raven's Light! Severed
Seems like you are still full of ideas.
beyond the mist! And the abyss!
blood seek death. Your determination's as hollow as it can be.
Oh, did I die again?
The storm hasn't yet stopped.
Ah! Come on, come on, come on! Okay, wow, I only got one. Wait, so if this one is for defeating him without dying, what's this other one? No matter how many times it churns, the fate is sealed. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna figure it out on my own, and I also don't want to waste too much time before going through the end of the story. So I might just look it up. Maybe that's cheating a little bit. I hope you guys don't hate me. I'm sorry. Wait. Oh. Okay. Okay, I think I get it. It looks like when it's in like the in-between phase, you need to let the gauge fill once.
It all amounts to nothing.
Nice try.
like you are still full of ideas.
Yeah, maybe.
Beyond the mist and the abyss.
It all amounts to nothing.
Yeah. Gather Sunblade. Yeah. Rise and fly high.
Now fall into our rotten nightmare. An oath changes nothing.
Yeah. Gather Sunblade. Severed nest. Let the lotus bloom.
It all amounts to nothing.
Beyond the mist and the
Oh, come on. No, I gotta do it. And I have to let the gauge fill.
After countless failures, I devised this plan. Yes, it will demand sacrifice. But if not for it, the consequences will be far more devastating.
never let your plans upon our sacrifices.
I guess, based on that, if I let it fill, he'll turn time back? I'm just playing, Vonnegut. I'm just having fun playing. Look at me, I'm having fun playing.
Go to the original Hetero Tower of Chaos and see for yourselves the consequences of Agent Zero going haywire.
Huh?
We meet again. How many times has it been now?
Back at square one.
It all amounts to nothing.
Ah!
An oath changes nothing.
Raven's Light. Severed nest. Raven's Light. Severed nest.
Hey!
Gather Sunblade. Yeah.
It all amounts to nothing.
Let the lotus bloom. Yeah. Beyond the mist and the abyss.
But here's the question. My HP, did mine go back too? Oh, I think with that shield, I'm maybe supposed to hit it with the same, orb color?
Raven's Light.
It all amounts to nothing.
No. You shut up.
Fly high. Raven's Light. Severed nest. Let the lotus bloom.
An oath changes nothing.
Beyond the mist and the abyss.
Take 2. The time where I don't fail on purpose.
After countless failures, I devised this plan. Yes, it will demand sacrifices. But if not for it, the consequences will be far more devastating.
Our sacrifices!
Our destinations should have been the same.
The future we seek is different.
It's a little unclear how to dodge these.
Instead of a plan guaranteed to succeed, you
No matter the price, I will keep my oath. It's time to end this! Gather Sunblade!
I am curious if anything like changes if you do that. Doesn't seem like it. But I wanted to know. Okay, wait, what is it gonna say up there? I didn't get a chance to read it. Parry whenever possible to defeat the shadow of the past and avoid the upcoming end. I assume those are the big things.
The Hero Tower is the source of contamination and needs to be destroyed. We can't start over. The tower is still around. We can't start over. And to look for a new future.
Gather Sunblade! Raven's Light. Severed Knight. Rise and fly high!
Yeah!
Raven's Light. Severed Knight. Let the lotus bloom! Beyond the mist and the abyss!
All failures
Uh-oh.
absolutely do not repeat them.
Gather Sunblade! Raven's Light.
The storm hasn't yet stopped.
You fall back.
Oh! Ooh!
Your
Ah!
determination is as hollow as it can be.
I was so close!
Gather Sunblade!
Okay, I got one of them. Now I want to try again. I think I can do it. I got close, I think.
It all amounts to nothing.
Ah!
Gather
Okay, bad start.
Sunblade! Raven's Light. Severed Knight.
Hey!
Rise and fly high!
It all amounts to nothing. Seems like you are still full of ideas.
Beyond the mist and the abyss. Yes.
Now fall into our rotten nightmare.
Ooh.
You fall back first.
Ooh.
You stink.
Ooh. Ooh. That hurt. Okay, so I'm wondering, with those like colored shields, am I supposed to hit them with the same color orb or a different color orb?
It all amounts to nothing.
Gather Sunblade. Raven's Light. Severed Knight. Rise and fly high. Raven's
An oath changes nothing.
Okay, let me try hitting it with a different orb. Okay, yeah, bad.
It all amounts to nothing.
Ugh, I gotta work on that dodge.
Gather Sunblade.
Oath changes nothing.
Let the lotus bloom. Beyond the mist and the abyss. Gather Sunblade. Raven's Light. Severed Knight. Rise and fly high.
Okay, my health is low, but I haven't died
Amounts
yet.
to nothing. Now fall into our rotten nightmare.
Let
No,
the
thank
lotus
you.
bloom.
Oh, okay.
An oath changes nothing.
Jeez, that's rough.
I can keep going.
No, no. Okay, but now I know. Now I know that those shields, you are supposed to hit them with the same orb.
It all amounts to nothing.
Ow!
Gather Sunblade. Raven's Light. Severed Knight.
An oath changes nothing.
You fall back.
Oh, jeez! Okay, I did bad that time. I did bad, you guys. I'll keep trying, though. I won't try for too long, because I do want to finish the story. What if I don't hit him a bunch?
Yes. Gather Sunblade.
An oath changes nothing.
Rise and fly high. Raven's Light. Severed Knight. Let You fall back.
Oh, man.
Beyond the mist and the abyss.
Ugh.
Seems like you are still full of ideas.
This is difficult. How did I do... How did I do so well that one time? What was I doing? Was I just focusing more on dodging? Did I dodge that? No? Pew 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 pew! Ugh. No, no. Like, hey,
An oath changes nothing.
Raven's light. Severed neck. Let the lotus bloom.
come on! Stop doing that right when I enter my thingy.
How's one supposed to avoid it? I don't know.
Gather sunblade.
Again, low HP, but I'm not dead yet.
Severed neck. Rise and fly high.
Can I, if I skip it, do I still get to have that achievement? Oh, and my HP gets refilled. That's nice.
The Hero Tower is the source of contamination and needs to be destroyed. We can stop it. The tower is still around. We can start over. Come and look for a new future.
Gather sunblade. Severed neck. Rise and fly high. Raven's light. Severed neck. Let the lotus bloom. Yes, beyond the mist. And the
Ooh.
abyss. Yes.
All failures burn. Absolutely do not repeat them. Your determination is as hollow as it can be.
Ooh, that one took me out. Damn it. We keep trying. I got really close that time. It's really helping to not attack him when he does that.
All amounts to nothing.
Wait, he did it anyway?
Gather sunblade.
An oath changes nothing.
Let the lotus bloom. Let the lotus bloom. Beyond the mist and
You feel it? This is the one? I hope you're right.
Oath changes nothing.
Raven's right. Severed, rise and fly high. You fall back first.
Now fall into our rotten nightmare.
Oh shit. This could be bad. Yeah, that was bad.
Just repeating a mistake.
Is it even possible to parry all of those? They are parryable, but... Maybe I have to do my red orb skill?
Gather Sunblade.
An oath changes nothing.
Ah!
Back first.
Oh, that went wrong very fast. Come on.
Gather Sunblade.
I've been forgetting that I can do that.
An oath changes nothing.
Gather Sunblade. Raven's right. Severed neck. Rise and fly high.
It all amounts to nothing.
Oh, I thought I dodged that!
Gather Sunblade. Rise and fly high.
Oath changes nothing.
Okay. I'm gonna try again. Hey Vonnegut, I'm here playing.
It all amounts to nothing.
You know, maybe I should have been dodging to the side this whole time.
Gather Sunblade.
An oath changes nothing.
Gather Sunblade.
He's paying me back for being a brat and slapping him? Okay, but I'm Lucia right now. And she didn't slap him.
You fall back first.
Well, I guess arguably, attacking him is worse.
It all amounts to
Really? Again? Okay. How did that hit me?
I can keep going.
Did the blast hit me? Okay. I guess the blast is dangerous and maybe dodging dodging to the side is not maybe that's not always the move. I see.
Gather Sunblade.
Oh, that's parryable.
Rise and fly high.
I didn't realize.
Seems like you are still full of ideas.
Beyond the mist and the abyss.
Ooh. Oh
You're
man.
just repeating a mistake.
I thought I was doing really well that time. Well, let none say that I do not persevere.
Gather Sunblade.
An oath
Ah!
changes nothing.
Rise and fly high.
Does getting hit in the face change something?
Let the lotus bloom. Beyond the mist and the abyss.
Yeah, if at first you don't succeed, hit it harder. That's what they say, right?
Amounts to nothing.
I'm kidding.
An oath changes nothing.
Raven's light. Severed. Rise and fly high. Raven's
Now fall into our rotten nightmare.
Okay. I hate it here!
fall back first.
Yeah, maybe I should just dodge those. Trying to parry them doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. And I keep forgetting that I can hold dodge and do like a little... this.
Gather Sunblade.
An oath changes nothing.
We'll meet.
Those hit hard. Those little, like falling... the cubes that fall in threes. Why does that sound like the title of a book? The cubes that fall in threes.
Gather Sunblade.
An oath changes nothing.
Let the lotus bloom.
Ah!
Let the lotus bloom. Beyond the mist and the abyss. You fall back first.
Damn it, damn it. Damn it. Okay, we'll keep going. I'm not tired of this yet. And I really feel like I can do it.
Gather Sunblade.
An oath changes nothing.
Oh, damn.
Gather Sunblade. Raven's light. Severed neck. Rise and fly high.
Haha!
Raven's light.
to nothing.
Gather Sunblade! Raven's Light. Severed. Rise and fly high. Raven's Light. Severed.
Seems like you are still full of ideas. It all amounts to nothing.
Beyond the mist. And the abyss.
You amount to nothing.
Now fall into our rotten nightmare.
No thanks.
You fall back first.
Still alive. Haha!
Gather Sunblade.
How's that?
Severed. Rise.
Now I get all my HP back.
Is the source of contamination and needs to be destroyed. We can't stop
Wills haven't yet rotted.
Ah!
You fall.
Their wills haven't yet rotted.
Bad start to part 2, admittedly.
Your determination is as hollow as it can.
I got a little too confident with those parries.
Gather Sunblade.
An oath changes nothing.
Ah!
Gather Sunblade.
Haha! Gotcha.
Raven's Light. Severed. Rise and fly high. Raven's Light. Severed.
Seems like you are still full of ideas.
Beyond the mist and the abyss.
Now fall into our rotten nightmare.
Ugh. Again, I kinda don't want to.
You fall back first.
Ugh. No. That little, that little, in the that thing's hard to. I don't.
Gather Sunblade.
I think it's called the Nightmare Dimension.
An oath changes nothing.
Ah!
You fall back first.
Okay. Okay. It's hardest a lot of the time to do these story boss fights with attackers, because they don't have healing.
Gather Sunblade.
to nothing.
Raven's Light. Severed Neck.
Ah.
An oath changes nothing.
Rise and fly high. Raven's Light. Severed Neck. Let the lotus bloom.
An oath changes nothing.
Let them beyond the mist and the abyss.
All amounts to nothing. Now fall into our rotten nightmare.
Again. No, that worked out.
You fall back first.
What? I don't think I've ever seen him do that before.
Going.
Wow. I'm still learning new things. Maybe that happens if you don't parry him enough.
Gather Sunblade. Raven's Light. Rise and fly high.
An oath changes nothing.
Gather Sunblade. Raven's Light. Severed. Rise and fly high. Raven's Light. Severed.
Seems like you are still full of ideas.
Beyond the mist and the abyss.
Now fall into our rotten nightmare.
Okay, we're doing this again. Aha!
Gather Sunblade. Severed. Rise and fly high.
Again!
Gather Sunblade.
The Hero Tower is the source of contamination and needs to be destroyed. We can start over. The Hero Tower is still around. We can start over. And look for a new future.
Gather Sunblade. Severed Knight. Let the lotus bloom. Let the lotus bloom. Beyond the mist and the abyss.
Oh,
Your determination
oh,
is as can be.
so close. That last attack, I'm not sure how to dodge it. I did it the first time, but... Oh, hi, Schmoops! Schmoops Magoops. You changed your username?
An oath changes nothing.
Ah!
Raven's flight. Rise and fly high. Raven's flight. Severed neck. Let them.
Ah!
Yeah. Let the lotus bloom. Beyond this.
How rude.
Seems like you are still full of ideas.
You decided to go by your full government name? Ooh, I see.
Gather Sunblade. Raven's flight. Severed neck. Let the lotus bloom.
An oath changes nothing.
Yeah.
Now fall into our rotten nightmare.
You fall back first.
You're just repeating a mistake.
Wait. What? I parried him and died? That doesn't seem right. For the record, Schmoops, I don't know how long you've been here, but I've beaten this boss, but I'm trying to do it without dying now. Because you get an achievement.
Sunblade. Raven's flight. Rise and fly high. Raven's flight. Severed.
Seems like you are still full of ideas.
Oh, I thought I dodged it.
Yeah. Yeah. Beyond the mist and the abyss.
You have no context for this fight, and you're just operating on the assumption that I'm kicking the shit out of Kurt Vonnegut. Sure.
Gather Sunblade.
Now fall into our rotten.
Hey, I was doing something cool, you dick. Haha!
It all amounts to nothing. An oath changes nothing.
Severed neck. Rise and fly high.
I'm gonna skip this.
The Hero Tower is the source of contamination and needs to be destroyed. We can start over. The Hero Tower is still around. We can start over. Now, and look for a new future.
Oh no.
The storm hasn't yet stopped.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I got so close!
As hollow as it can be.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm almost there. I've almost made it several times. And for some context, schmoops, we are both trying to do things to save the world, but we have very different ideas of what to do.
An oath changes nothing.
Ah!
We'll meet again.
We are trying to fight for a way that is a lot riskier, but also wouldn't involve anybody sacrificing their lives. Well, he's going for a bit of a safer bet, but in order to do it, I have to die. And I don't want that. And yeah, the combat animation in this game is so good. And it's fun to play.
An oath changes nothing.
No!
Seems like you are still full of ideas.
You fall back first. Beyond the mist and the abyss.
Now fall into our rotten nightmare.
This part is always a bit difficult.
We'll meet.
Okay. I'll keep trying a little longer. Yeah, it's really tough. And it wouldn't be as hard if I wasn't only able to play as Lucia, who's an attacker construct. And as such, does not have any healing capabilities.
Seems like you are still full of ideas.
Let the lotus bloom beyond the mist
Huh?
and the abyss.
Screw your cubes!
Now fall into our rotten nightmare.
Already? Okay. Ha! Oh my god. I kinda did it that time. That was pretty cool.
Raven's light. Severed. Rise and fly high.
It all amounts to nothing.
Uh-oh.
Oath changes nothing.
Raven's light.
I agree. Fuck yeah.
The Hero Tower is the source of contamination and needs to be destroyed. We can survive. The tower is still around. We can start over.
No.
Their wills have a battle.
Gather Sunblade! Severed, rise and fly high! Raven's light. Severed night. Let the lotus bloom. Yes! Beyond the mist and the abyss. Gather Sunblade. Raven's light. Severed, rise and fly high. Raven's light. Severed night. Let the
All failures burn. Absolutely do not repeat them.
let the
Haha! Gotcha that time, bitch.
beyond the mist and the abyss.
Yeah! Let's watch this again just to celebrate. Whew! That felt good. See, that's the thing about challenging boss fights. Oh, and yeah, I did finish it with the ultimate. that felt good. But that's the thing about challenging boss fights. When you finally do it, it feels great. This is why I like to challenge myself at this stuff. Haha! Alright, 2 more stages. And I think they're both just cutscenes. Oh, this one's just called Shaper's Ripples. We have found the seed of miracles. I'm gonna have a drink first. Oh, and I can pick up my achievement badge. From the bottomless abyss, a butterfly emerges. Its wings conjure a storm that transcends time and space-time. Tear the night apart and bring the first light of dawn. Okay, we go. The agent's hands gradually lower to his sides. Though he can no longer fight, the spikes pursue him relentlessly, as if chasing down a sworn enemy who has thwarted them for years, determined to fight to the bitter end. His form, scarcely resembling a human now, wrestles against the spikes piercing through him, as he strains to produce fragmented words. I must warn you again. Merging with chaos is the only stable solution. I guess you still won't listen. If you insist on this path, if you truly believe that you are right, Then go. Leave the Hetero Tower. The rifts and collapse within the Hetero Tower. Chaos and I will handle them. Take the core with you. Chaos will do her best to keep the exit open. So for context, Schmoops, since you just got here, I don't know if you know who Chaos is. She's a humanoid hetero creature, who's not evil. And through our efforts, we have defeated Cradle, also known as Agent Zero, and the will of the punishing virus, and passed the authority of Agent Zero to Chaos. So now Chaos is in charge. But before long, the will of Agent Zero is going to overpower her. So we're taking the core back with us out of the tower so that people can study it, we can take the intelligence that we've learned here and come up with a better solution before Cradle, or before Chaos, succumbs, basically. So that's what we're doing. Whereas Vonnegut wanted me to merge with Chaos, because then she would have been strong enough to resist. But then, of course, I would die. Vonnegut falls silent for several seconds in the collapsing Hetero Tower, as if he can barely muster the strength for his final words. Yeah, it's rough. So yeah, ours is the much riskier option, but it's possible that we can get through it without any sacrifices. Whereas, with his solution, I will have to die. But remember, the Hetero Tower's collapse has become far too severe. Chaos and I will seal off the entire tower, no matter what. Unless you return with results, I will never let you enter again. I will find a way to solve the Hetero Tower's crisis. I promise. When that time comes, I will release you from your burden. He forces out a nearly mocking sneer, devoid of any hope, as if saying that he will be dead long before that moment. Farewell. The next time we meet, we will likely be true enemies. I will return before that happens. She hands over the key containing the Hetero Tower's core, then walks back to Vonnegut's side, waving goodbye. Go now, while the collapse hasn't sealed off all paths. Lucia, let's go. By the way, if you didn't know, Chaos could, in a way, be considered the Commandant's child. Because part of what created her came from a clone of the Commandant. So in a way, you could consider Chaos my daughter. Yep. Chaos watches as the two take each other's hands and dash toward the treacherous shortcut. No wonder we want a different option. Only after the two silhouettes, racing towards Hope, vanish into the distance does she lower her head, turning to face the dying agent beside her. If you had taken Lucia out of the Hetero Tower before starting the fight, you would have won without even raising your blade. Why didn't you do it?
Leaving the Hetero Tower unguarded would only make things more dangerous.
Is that all?
Perhaps. I'm just tired. I hope those two can prove themselves right, so I can finally be freed from this endless cycle.
You won't find freedom. I need you to help me stay conscious a while longer.
With the high concentration of the punishing virus, chaos hovers before Vonnegut, spreading her arms to signal her next move.
I trust that when you chose to have the fight inside the tower, you were ready to become a hetero creature.
Yes, of course. A broken, sardonic laugh escapes from Vonnegut's lips. Since I've been left behind,
Let's go to hell together.
haven't we been in hell all along? With undying hatred in her heart, she embraces the aged's battered body. She bestows upon him both a prolonged death sentence and her own broken existence. The Hetero Tower teeters on the brink of collapse, violently shaking as countless walls crumble in succession, as if years of suffering are finally being obliterated along with it. Every obstacle ahead crumbles to dust, and after the endless torment, a path toward hope unexpectedly lies clear and unobstructed. Going home. Going home! Returning to everything once familiar. Back to the peaceful life you used to have. Well, relatively peaceful, because we're still at war, but you know. Lucia's footsteps match yours with uncanny harmony. The sound of your steps on the ground resonating like two hearts, beating as one. Sprinting alongside her on this long path, as if death had never befallen you, you once more near the exit of the Hetero Tower.
We made it!
At last, your never-ending odyssey reaches its conclusion, with light shining ahead. The enemies are subdued, and your injuries are minimal, nearly unscathed, much like when you first arrived. All you need is securely tucked away in your tactical pocket, the core of the Hetero Tower, the amassed intel, and every resource to aid you in your onward journey. And here beside you stands Lucia, holding your hand so tightly, as if she never intends to let go for the rest of her life. In this very moment, the never-ending night finally gives way to dawn. Lucia! We're home! Yeah, let's go, Commandant. Behind you, countless hardships crumble into nothing. And ahead of you lies everything. The eerie oppression of the Hetero Tower fades away from your being. Maybe now, having finally escaped, you can at least lower your guard, and with it, the rush of exhaustion hits you. It's finally over. The long-forgotten wind feels oddly foreign now, but the familiar warmth beside you remains unchanged. You turn around to call out Lucia's name, eager to express your joy, just like you would always do after every mission before. But the name dies on your lips. Lucia? The hand holding yours suddenly loosens its grip, like a weathered flagpole giving way,
Lucia crumbles to one knee. Her warmth dissipates at an alarming rate as countless cracks and corrosion marks spread across her frame. Her once indomitable form within the Hetero Tower now disintegrates, mirroring the collapse of the tower itself, falling apart in a mere moment. Lucia! Well... You quickly extend your hand toward her, but the mere effort of lifting her shattered arm has drained what little strength she has left. Seeing this, you waste no time grabbing her hand, doing your best to help steady her body. Here, lean on me. Yeah, because earlier, when she came out of the rift, Commandant was like, it's weird that she looks as though she doesn't have any damage on her after fighting for 30 years. This makes more sense. I feel it seems like she was probably doing something to hide it. Come to think of it, this frame can turn invisible. So maybe she was also able to, like, project an okay appearance on her. At that moment, her exposed Omega Core visibly dims before your eyes, beginning to break apart. You instinctively reach out, trying to catch the falling fragments, only to see them dissolve into nothingness at your fingertips. What's going on? You struggle to lift Lucia's immobilized body, searching frantically for a way to help her. Your eyes dart around, panic rising, when you suddenly notice it. Something else is wrong. Something off about the world around you. Endless ruins sprawl across a vast wasteland. Crimson specks drift through the dusty air like embers burning through a curtain, clearing a painful reality into your eyes. This landscape is nothing like what you've seen before. The readings on your virus detector fluctuate wildly before settling at an impossibly high level. What is this place? Doesn't matter. What? She clutches onto you like a drowning person grasping at driftwood, forcing herself to stand once more. Her battle-worn pyro katana flickers like a candle in the wind, yet remains planted in the ground. Using it as support, Lucia pushes away from your help and staggers forward. Like a drowning person clawing their way out of death's depths. Just as she once rose from the red tide after witnessing your death. I have to leave now. The punishing concentration here is too high, and the Omega Core is... Right. Let's go. Let's go. Hang in there. We'll find you help. Yeah. It'll be fine. Lucia turns back to look at you, her eyes carrying a feeble smile. But this attempt at encouragement only makes her gaze unbearable to witness. Anxiety ferments into panic, drumming wildly in your heart. Can we really find help now? What if you end up in a desolate time or world, and the Hetero Tower's ongoing collapse makes it impossible for you to return? A warning from the past echoes in your ears once again. The strange doubts you once felt now tear mercilessly at your heart. How did it come to this? Is it because of the Hetero Tower? The strain on the pyro frame? It shouldn't be like this. As if sensing your inner turmoil, Lucia raises her trembling hand and gently pats your shoulder. Commandant must get out of here. She manages 2 more steps before halting, desperately using her weapon as a crutch. Lean on me. Lucia nods. Though she's supposed to rely on you for support, she keeps pushing forward instead. She would never let you remain in danger, no matter what the cost might be. A sharp pain twists in your chest as the metallic taste of blood spreads through your mouth. Back then, you left the core with Lucia to prevent her from getting lost in the fog, and forced Vonnegut to use the bridge across dreams to get her out. Out of the few choices available, you chose the path with the most promise. Yet, why did everything still turn out like this? Time flows differently inside the Inver Hetero Tower compared to outside. That shining glimmer of hope dissolves like a mirage, crumbling into nothingness. Time. The time inside the Hetero Tower? Despite the Pyroth frame's perfection, it cannot possibly endure the ceaseless battles and the relentless strain on the Omega Core. After emerging from the fog, her apparent normalcy wasn't genuine. The repercussions were merely postponed by the Hetero Tower and the core. Once you left the Hetero Tower, you hadn't left the Hetero Tower this entire time. Once you left the Hetero Tower. Without realizing it, Lucia gradually falls behind you. She is clearly preparing to guard the rear, yet her hand continues to push you forward, step by step. Lucia, let me help you. The force from your back disappears, though it was already barely noticeable to begin with. Lucia lowers her hand, her fingertips trailing down from your spine to your waist, finally finding their place to rest. Once more, she holds up your palm, this time grasping your hand with all her remaining strength. With her damaged frame, she struggles to close that small distance between you, returning to your side. You promise? Let's go together. Until we find help. Until you're safe. Let's go. Together. You and I. Supporting each other, Lucia and you begin your long trek through the desolate ruins. A dying construct on one side, a slightly wounded but corrupted human on the other. You call out in search, trudging through the endless stretches of wreckage, only to find no signs of life. From noon until nightfall you walk, feeling brief moments of rest as you lean on each other, then press on under the bright moonlight until dawn breaks anew. It's a blessing to have her by your side, just as it is for her to have you by hers. Alone, either of you would surely perish. However, Lucia's remaining energy drains away with each hopeless step. She grows even more silent, her gaze always fixed either on the path ahead or on you. All that remains for her seems to be endless torment, wounds that won't heal, an agony that never ceases. As long as she maintains consciousness, every moment becomes another suffering to endure. You have asked Lucia several times if she wants to shut down her pain module. Her answer remains unchanged, a firm refusal. She needs the pain to maintain her sense of self, to reduce the strain on your consciousness that's connected to hers. With her frame beyond repair, any disturbance in her mind now would only exacerbate the situation. Lucia strives not to become a burden, while all you can do is cling to this faint glimmer of hope and keep moving forward. Following broken road signs, you stumble into a desolate town. There might be something useful here. Or we might find survivors. She nods silently, and thus you begin another round of searching. Your wounded body aches with exhaustion, legs nearly numb in the bitter wind. Yet the unrelenting pain in your chest drives you onward. You search through countless abandoned homes, defeat the hetero creatures prowling nearby, and creep forward through wandering shadows. Yet, all that you have discovered is futile. Expired canned food, deteriorating electronic components, and depleted vials of serum. It's not until you pass through the town center and enter a hospital that you finally stumble upon a communications transceiver. Bzz, bzz, bzz. To all survivors who can receive this transmission, the punishing virus is spreading across the surface. Your current location is not safe. Contact the nearest base or support force unit without delay. If you are unable to switch frequencies, transmit 3 long, and 3 short signals on this channel. Personnel monitoring this frequency will pinpoint your location as soon as possible. Oh, gotta wash bleach out of your hair? Did you dye it? Good, either way, whatever. You might be gone already. See you again soon, schmoops. Repeat to all. After the 10th attempt to receive the frequency, the broadcast disappears. Bzz, bzz, bzz. This is Emma Copperfield of the Arctic Fruit Union Support Force. We have located your position. Please remain safe and conserve your stamina. Repeat. This is Emma Copperfield. Emma. Lucia manages a weak smile, as if resigned to an inescapable cycle of fate. This is not our ending. Well, at least we found rescue. Rays of sunlight pierce through the floating dust, bathing her silhouette in a gentle glow. Watching the drifting motes, Lucia breaks into a gentle smile and turns to look back at you. Commandant? Yeah. I'm so happy to be with you. Yeah. I feel the same. So stop talking like you're saying goodbye. A support force's vehicle comes to a stop beside the town. The woman from your dream appears before you as promised, immediately performing emergency inspection and maintenance on Lucia. How's it going? This is no good. The Omega Core overload is irreversible. We must replace her frame immediately. Does she have any old frames left? There's no time for a new compatibility adjustment. Asimov should have kept the plume frame. Asimov. Where is he? Tell me! He's gone. Emma lowers her head and begins recounting the events of the past years. What did you say? I couldn't believe you and Lucia would return either, but yes. 30 years have passed since you entered the Hetero Tower. Look. She tears off a scrap of notice paper, once used to wrap her box of trinkets, and passes it to you. Every word on this yellow paper is familiar, but the reality they pierce together is impossible to accept. The first 3 years after your departure were manageable, but by the 5th year, the Heterozone crisis finally erupted. Over these 30 years, humanity's front lines have shrunk time and time again. Now, The Arctic joint root stands as the last bastion on the surface. What about Babylonia? Is Grey Raven still around? She shakes her head sorrowfully. Babylonia has left Earth's orbit, venturing into space for a chance to search for a new home. Grey Raven, Leah and Liv have boarded a starship bound for deep space. They wanted to fulfill that dream of finding humanity's future. Grey Raven's shared dream. I'll let Vanessa answer any remaining questions you might have. She's still around? Yes. She's one of the few who chose to stay behind. Emma taps a few times on her terminal, and a figure slowly materializes on the screen before everyone. Oh! She looks different. I mean, it's been 30 years, so I expected her to, but damn. Your eyes meet, and silence falls between you. Though her appearance differs greatly from your memories, those familiar features unmistakably reveal her identity. It's been too long. This greeting comes 30 years too late, Luke. I thought this time you were finally dead for real. Unexpectedly, her voice catches with emotion. Luna said you would definitely come back. Luna? Yeah. In times like these, we can't even keep the Arctic joint route running without her. I see. I'll ask about all of that later. Do you know where Lucia's plume frame is stored? Her Omega Core is severely damaged. She has to switch back to her old frame. The plume frame? What about the people and equipment that can maintain constructs? There's one right in front of you, Emma. But she specifically said we need to find the plume frame. Vanessa! Be quiet for a moment. I'm looking for someone who can answer your questions. Vanessa raises her hand suddenly, and through the blurry image, mechanical structures are faintly visible within. Your hand? Oh, that's ancient history. When Egret went through another big crisis. I was the only one who survived. After that, I became a construct. Now I'm the captain of Scarab. Scarab? Where's Valeria? She's gone. I'll tell you about it another time. Vanessa sits down, restlessly brushing the hair near her ears. Listen, we have two options, but both are long shots. Go ahead. First option. Come back to the Arctic joint route with Emma. All the personnel and equipment for construct maintenance are here. Well, given the current surface conditions, it'll take at least 14 days to get here. Can Lucia hold out that long? I cast a questioning look at Emma, but she shakes her head. Vanessa's words hook into you like a grapple, draining away every ounce of your strength. You slump back against the chair instinctively. Never did you imagine there would come a day when even forming words would feel this arduous. What's the other option? Find the plume frame. As soon as those words are spoken, the communication device suddenly crackles to life. I found it. Emma needs to drive 2,614 kilometers east to reach the old base. Asimov left the plume frame at that base before he left, but... Just what? Let Rosa finish. Rosa! The girl on the video feed now inhabits a construct body. Gone is the naive, reckless youth from your memories. In her place stands someone markedly more distant. The warehouse containing the plume frame, along with the entire base, was submerged by the red tide. The evacuation was rushed, and although we had teams sent over to recover resources after the red tide receded, there was no sign of the plume frame. Want to try your luck there? What do you think? This is our only option. Can I have Emma's assistance for now? Naturally. Emma nods in response. Get in. We're running short on time. Alright. Like a drowned person clinging to driftwood, you help Lucia climb into Emma's rescue vehicle. Good luck to you. Thanks. Luke. You lift your head in a daze, meeting Vanessa's gaze filled with inscrutable emotions. Anyway, welcome back. With those words, Vanessa disconnects from the channel, leaving Rosa alone on the comm line. Rosa. I'm here, Commandant. Tell me what's happened over these years. Okay. Looking through the window, you watch the wasteland rushing past on both sides. Amid Rosa's crisp voice, information about the base and past events flood into your mind. Lee repaired the rifts caused by the Hetero Tower. After watching both Lucia and you enter the tower at the unchanged state, he and Liv tried to enter it themselves, but all their attempts proved futile. Despite the absence of the core, the tormented agent within the Hetero Tower has adamantly refused to allow anyone entry. Only Chrome and Wansha remain in Strikehawk now. Kamui disappeared during an investigation, and Kamui went to search for him. Neither of them ever returned. Cerberus managed to evacuate safely. Murray passed away from illness, and Dark Ares volunteered for a rearguard mission during the retreat, only to be completely wiped out. Now, only Scarab and members of the support force remain at the base. Your attention begins to drift, your eyelids growing heavy. The scenery outside the window starts to blur. Lucia. Her hand has grown cold. Just a little longer. Sir. Amidst your prayer-like whisper, darkness offers its long-awaited embrace. Oh boy. I need another drink. Well, that's bad. Yep, exactly, Vilrose. Out of one traumatic situation, directly into another. Oh, God. Oh my gosh. When Schmoops gets back, I need to thank them. Okay, last stage. It's been a long journey. In the first light, we'll let it end here. The vehicle races through endless wastelands and ruins, carrying everyone on board for 3 days and nights, without rest. What's punishing Grey Raven without the punishing of Grey Raven? Yeah. Although now I guess it's just me and Lucia left, because Lee and Liv are gone. Throughout the journey, All three of you have barely uttered any words. Only the roar of the engine and the endless stream of passing scenery fill your senses. You keep picking up on the pulsing hetero tower core from the bumpy seat, wanting to confirm that this one possibility still exists, yet hoping that everything before your eyes is just a haunting nightmare. Time and again, you reach for Lucia's hand to check for warmth between her fingers, and as always, she responds by gently caressing your hand in return. But her fading warmth serves as a constant warning. Time slips away with the setting sun, and the long night looms ahead. How much longer will it take? 4 hours. Having been asked the same question countless times, Emma offers no further response. Almost there. As darkness devours the sky, the only hope that might exist at your destination pulls taut like a hangman's rope, leaving you uncertain whether what awaits is salvation or a death sentence. The vehicle turns left, entering a street that resembles those in the clean zone. The desolation and the prowling hetero creatures on both sides tear away at what should have been familiar, letting despair rust away at your heart. As if this despair isn't crushing enough, the supply vehicle suddenly begins to shake and emit eerie sounds. Hold on tight. It's hetero creatures. Emma grips the steering wheel tightly, trying to break through the hetero creature's territory. However, the noise of the vehicle attracts the notice of those godless monsters as they begin their relentless pursuit. I'll cover you. Commandant. Stay seated. You open the window, ignoring the thick punishing virus that floods in, and fire several rapid shots at the hetero creatures lunging towards you. Behind us! Insectoid hetero creatures are executing suicidal dives from the skies above. You persist in aiming and firing, releasing your pent-up fury with each muzzle flash, until these repulsive insects erupt into splashes of fluid that merge into the darkness-swallowed ground, too feeble to continue the pursuit. This brief turmoil splits the night's veil before drowning in the endless wasteland, as silence once again blankets this scarred earth. The vehicle's roar becomes the only echo at this moment. The fleeting opportunity to vent your frustration fades away, leaving the weight in your heart unlifted. The headlights push back against the darkness ahead, like a wanderer stepping into the long night with nothing but a feeble torch. As the vehicle jolts along, your hand holding the gun drops once more, disappearing into the pitch-black shadows. How much longer will it take? 3 hours, but... what's wrong? Before she can finish her sentence, the supply vehicle's peculiar noises intensify. Then, amidst a deafening metallic screech, the vehicle is forced into a violent tremor, before gradually grinding to a halt. Emma immediately jumps out to inspect the vehicle, desperately trying to salvage whatever she can, but the engine failure renders all her emergency repairs futile. The last mechanical whimper fades away, leaving behind a terrifying silence. This is bad. I already lost a set of repair tools on my way over. The base isn't too far away. Let's go there on foot. It's already dark, and walking is too dangerous. With your wounds, you'll get corrupted. There's no danger to worry about. The argument lasts only a brief moment before Emma's shoulders slump in resignation, her will to protest fading away. Commandant, I'll go with you. Stay here. Emma and I will look for it. We'll be right back. Don't worry about me. I promise you, I'll come back with the plume frame. I promise. I will be back. Sure. Her voice strains with helplessness as she quietly closes her eyes. I'll wait for you. Under the rising moon, Emma and you reach your destination in the early hours. With a detector in hand, you begin your painstaking search under emergency lights. You search through every possible location, from the most promising armory to the surface combat preparation room. From dust-covered personal lounges to the base's assembly hall. Each round of searching yields nothing but hollow emptiness. All around you, the ruins stretch out in leaden gray, their coldness cutting to the bone. Your fists clench so tightly that your nails almost pierce through the gloves. Rising once more from the scattered rubble, you glance back to see the sky revealing the first hints of dawn. Any luck on your end? Emma, who left to search for supplies, has returned without your notice. Her empty hands tell you the answer unspoken. Are there any areas we haven't searched yet? She stares at her terminal in silence for a moment. Rosa has sent a new analysis map. There are still 2 locations worth checking. Let's go. You dust off your palms and walk past Emma, turning toward the direction she's pointing. Grab a bite on the way. She hands you a compressed biscuit. Thanks. I'm actually hungry myself. I'm definitely gonna eat after I finish. Despite having no appetite, even when eating has turned into torture, reason compels you to replenish the energy required to press on. While rushing toward your destination, grappling with each swallow, the name Emma just mentioned abruptly springs to mind. Rosa. Your anxiety throughout this journey has made you overlook this matter. Why is Rosa on the surface? Shouldn't she be with Asimov? Well, she came down in secret before they set sail, and missed her transport back because of it. What for? I heard that she was seeking revenge for her parents. Her family died during Project Winter. After finding clues about the Ascendant and who triggered it, she did everything she could to return to the surface. What now? She succeeded by killing that Ascendant. Unbelievable, isn't it? She was still human then, and so young. But after that, she seemed deeply traumatized and fell into depression for a long time. Even after her recovery, she wasn't quite the same person anymore. She isn't as reckless as before, having become quieter. More rational, too. To better survive on the surface, she built herself a frame and became a construct. Vanessa once joked that she's like the spiritual reincarnation of Asimov now. But I think this is just Rosa showing her true self at last. So, what happened to Asimov? Emma shakes her head. The last I heard of him, he was gravely ill. Then he left with the others. 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. People are gone. Times have changed. Nothing stays the same. Okay, good night, Ashrost. I hope you sleep well. Is Rosa now in charge of technology, like Asimov was? Yes, she's a genuine prodigy. If only we could have made it back to the Arctic Route Union in time. With Rosa there, Maybe something could have been done for Lucia. But there are no ifs. Among the many wounds this arduous journey has etched upon your heart, the one that keeps being reopened is these words. There are no ifs. We're almost there. Rays of sunlight pierce through the thick clouds, casting down threads of light that were meant to illuminate the earth. Under these rays' watchful gaze, you step into your new destination. This used to be an event venue. Isla had visited here several times before. Rosa thought the frame might be here? Yeah, it was infested with hetero creatures a few years ago, and compared to other places, this area hasn't been thoroughly searched yet. She calmly describes how the base has been picked clean, leaving nothing behind. Alright, let's search quickly while the sun is up. The two of you throw yourselves into another fruitless search. Refusing to accept the detector's readings, you push past the dilapidated stage, searching every corner one by one. You push open the door to the reception hall, where gatherings were once held, desperately searching through remnants of past warmth, praying for the faintest glimmer of hope. Nothing. 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 There's absolutely nothing left here. Only upon entering the WGAA's last lounge do you finally discover an unopened box beside a long broken hibernation pod. Filled with hope, yet prepared for disappointment, you forcefully break open the box's contamination lock and are greeted by the sight of something perfectly sealed. A coating? Just as you are about to close the box in disappointment, you notice Lucia's name written on the coating component case. You pick up the case and activate the preview, revealing a drawing signed by Isla before your eyes. Hiya! A message from the past screams forth alongside the preview. The WGAA received a direct request from Celica to design a ceremonial dress for Lucia's medal ceremony. Isla's cheerful voice crackles through the static, worn by the passage of time. Everyone was working at breakneck speed to get themselves ready for when you're back. And this is the one that won the vote. What do you think? Pretty nice, right? You can hear her twirling her pen in the recording. Since it's for a formal occasion, I've included the venue design in the preview as well. I can't wait to see her in this new coating. The message and preview fade back into the component case, leaving only the dust-covered room in silent mockery. Clutching the coating component case, you walk through the sunset glow as it reclaims the earth. You search every empty corner until your heart grows just as hollow. Did you find anything? Emma shakes her head again, a gesture that has been repeated countless times in this same conversation. Let's go back. Sure. When you step out of the sealed room once more, the bright moon has already climbed back to the treetops. Just as you are about to head back, staggering footsteps echoing from the distant street reach your ears. Huh? At the edge of your vision, a battle-scarred figure leans heavily on her weapon, desperately searching for any sign of you. Come and done. She calls out with a weak voice, stumbling through the ruins in her desperate search. Comment on... Lucia! You rush to her side and catch her exhausted body, worn down by strain. Why didn't you wait in the car? You were gone for so long. I was worried. I was really worried. I'm fine. It just took me longer than expected. She refrains from asking about the outcome of the search. The items you bear speak everything she needs to know. As long as you're safe. She gently releases her embrace. Where do we go from here? Should you head to the Arctic Route Union? Or return to the Hetero Tower for another attempt? Words catch in your throat. No matter which side is picked, you know that futility and death are the only certain things. I found this. You hand her the case of coding components. This is the coding that WGAA prepared for you. Remember? Liv mentioned it before we left. I heard Miss Isla and the World Government Association of Art come up with a bunch of new coding designs. When you get back, let's go see them together. Kind of like that summer, right? I remember. She clutches the coding component case tightly against her chest, as if trying to contain all churning emotions within. Why don't you put on this coding, Lucia? Sure. You part ways with Emma, who leaves to search for repair tools. When the two of you finally return to the vehicle, it's always 5 in the morning. The winter sunrise is still hours away, while a lone, icy moon looms high in the night sky, its frigid glow casting an unyielding frost over the silent streets below. According to the initial estimate, Lucia only has 1 hour left. On the way back, you are filled with desperate thoughts of other possible ways to get help. But despite all the attempts and struggles, no solution presents itself. If that's how it must be, these last moments should be spent giving her a proper farewell. Oh, she's animated. Sharing the same thoughts, Lucia turns around in the moonlight and gives you a gentle smile. We'll let it end here. Though the coating conceals all the cracks in her frame, her figure threatens to dissipate into the night's breeze at any moment. You're getting emotional all over again? Yeah. This is sad. The one who has always been there whenever you look back, who has never left no matter what happens, is now slowly fading away. If time could turn back to that day of your departure, what choice would you make? Seek help from more people? But back then, only you and Lucia could enter the Hetero Tower. Act more cautiously? The traps within the Hetero Tower and the chaos contamination spreading alongside Agent Zero are far beyond what mere caution can handle. Work with Vonnegut earlier to eliminate Agent Zero? Successor would only bring about the same problems. It's like a cursed cycle. To fix past mistakes, the Hetero Tower must be used. But using it only creates new problems. In this endless loop of pain, everything fades into nothingness, leaving only the vast expanse of stars behind. Do you remember what happened before we left? Of course. She tries to pull you back from the distant pasts, but your thoughts spiral into another round of torment. The space inside the Hetero Tower isn't particularly large. At least, that was how it felt to me. Every faction's assessment warned of potential dangers in the Hetero Tower, but none thought that adventuring inside would evolve into such a protracted ordeal. But regardless, you have to watch out for potential dangers. None expected the Hetero Tower itself to undergo such dramatic changes. If only we had known before leaving that the Hetero Tower was like a giant Rubik's Cube, continuously shifting with every twist and combination. Would I have been able to keep you safe? You still remember her tears. Tears that never stopped. Not since that first time she held your blood-covered body in her arms. Was that when she made up her mind? To prevent such suffering from ever happening again, no matter the cost. Yet the more the two of you gave your all, the deeper you became entangled in that cursed cycle. When you look back now, the time behind you is already strewn with mountains of lifeless bodies and oceans of blood. Did you know how this would end all along? Did you know from the start that making changes in the Hetero Tower would cost you your life, no matter what? Lucia falls silent for a moment, then nods. But I still believe in miracles. Believe that sacrifice isn't the answer to everything. Even if this outcome was inevitable, at least we have tried everything possible. Regardless, we have found the seed of a miracle. No one has ever managed to take the Hetero Tower's core outside in such a safe form, right? But what about you? A miracle will come. But what about you? Where will you be? Please forgive me. I'll have to stay in the past for now. But you will press on, far beyond, until you reach the place where everyone can be brought back. Liv, Lee, and our other companions. They didn't leave Earth because they abandoned it. They left to look for hope in places far beyond. To look for you. When that time comes, if you still want to, come find me. Of course I will. Ever since we met, I've grown used to having you always by my side. I've grown used to this squad of mine. Over these years of missions and battles, I've seen you badly wounded, time and time again. I've parted ways with you, and found you back again. Even though every member of Grey Raven has endured their fair share of such pain, we will never yield to it. So, I'm sure we'll meet again. Grey Raven will come together again as one. No matter how far I must go, I will not give up. I will not accept an ending like this one. I know. Lucia smiles, her voice growing softer with each word. You know, before I met you, I kept asking myself, where should I go? For me, the crucial part of that question wasn't where, but because I am me, I felt lost about where to go next. I am Lucia, but I am only a replica of her. I am Grey Raven's captain, but back then, the old Grey Raven had no one left but the name itself. I am Luna's sister, yet how can I claim to be her sister while standing against her? The blanks in my memories didn't give me blind confidence. They only left me with an unshakable sense of confusion and discord. Where should I go? What identity should I continue with? When they look at me, who are they really reaching out for? If I hadn't met you, I would have remained lost forever. I'm glad that there are no ifs in this situation. You found me, not for Lucia's combat abilities, but for who I was standing before you. You saw the heart that belonged to me alone. After that, we formed the new Grey Raven, met Liv and Lee. I found a place to call home. Together, we tackled countless missions and accomplishments, one after another. And so, all those days and nights, years and seasons, wounds and tears, love and regrets we have shared, they can all belong to me alone. I can move forward as my unique self, the me that I've come to accept. Because of that, and because of you, I have become who I am today. I will never regret paying this price. A future without you is meaningless, and a future that doesn't align with our vision of peace is even more futile. So please, don't blame yourself once I'm gone. It's not because we made the wrong choice. I promise you, I won't blame myself, and I won't give up. And we will surely meet again. Remember the 4-leaf clover we folded together before setting out? Lucia reaches out, placing the paper 4-leaf clover she has kept close to her into your hand. In return, you hand back to Lucia the voice recorder you've carried with you all along. Commandant, every failure has its meaning. We've obtained the seeds of a miracle, and from here on, we'll surely find a miracle that belongs to this world, and to us. She places her hand on her chest and gives you a salute. Commandant, I'm so happy to have walked this long path with you. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. I'm the one who should say thank you. As the morning sun rises, you take the paper 4-leaf clover and pin it to Lucia's chest. Lucia, you are the world's miracle. Thank you, Commandant. Thank you. She keeps repeating these words until her voice grows too weak to speak. Let's sit down together. You take her cold hand and sit down together with her beside the vehicle. The morning sun rises above the horizon, gradually illuminating the desolate land. You lean against each other in the cold wind, locking eyes. There's so much you want to say, yet neither of you speaks a word. Hi, Cole. You came at quite a time. I'm at the end of Shaper's Ripples. I'm on the very last stage. It's bad. I mean, not the story, but the situation. The situation is bad. We, finally came up with a solution. We had Chaos take over Agent Zero's authority. Oh, hi, Schmoops. Schmoops, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. I didn't see it earlier, but I saw it while you were gone. So thank you so much. Thank you for the subscription. Is sad shit happening still? Oh, Schmoops. You don't know the half of it. Oh god. It's gotten so bad. Yeah, like Vilrose said, it's even sadder now. So yeah, I was telling Cole, who just got here, we came up with a solution. We gave Chaos the Agent Zero authority, and we took the core out of the Hetero Tower, and we're going to bring it back to the Science Council so they could study it, and we were going to hopefully find a way to, yeah, it's sad o'clock. Find a way to deal with the problems in the Hetero Tower before Chaos's consciousness faded away. We got out and learned that 30 years have passed. Most of the world is devastated. A place in the Arctic is the only bastion of humanity left. And Babylonia, the space station, is gone. It left into space to try to find another home. And Liv and Lee were there. They went with it. A lot of other characters have died. So y'all are fucked now? Maybe. And we finally met up with somebody. We met up with Emma Copperfield, a support construct, who tried to give Lucia repairs and determined that she needed to change frames. Like, the Pyroth frame was in too bad of a condition. Like, it couldn't be repaired. At least not with what they have. Like, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. And, so we needed to find a frame. We were hoping we could get the Plume frame. Lucia's last frame before Pyroth, but, we decided to try looking for it. And we couldn't find it. So now, well, what we did find was this outfit for Lucia. And she put it on. And now, yeah. She's been telling the Commandant, me, how she's very happy to have met me, and how she doesn't have any regrets. And she knows that we can find the future to bring everyone back. And said, when I do, I should come find her. She said a lot more, but that's the gist of it. Okay. The time to say goodbye draws near. Despite her best efforts to stay upright, her body slowly begins to collapse. The time to say goodbye draws near. Soon, she will fade into the light of dawn. If you don't speak now, you will lose even the chance to say goodbye. Commandant, your suffering at the Hetero Tower is over. I believe better days will come, and from now on, you'll be safe and sound. I hope all your wishes come true. Please take care of yourself, for that sake. Her words come out strained, as if even after long deliberation, she can't find the right thing to say. All she can manage are these stilted words of wishes in place of a proper farewell. But my only wish is to have the power to keep you with me. Don't worry. You'll see many familiar faces at the Arctic Group Union. This isn't the Hetero Tower. You won't be alone and helpless anymore. Even without me by your side, Commandant, I know you'll be fine. Thank you, Lucia. I'll miss you. Remember to stay warm and rest properly. I know you always have trouble sleeping when you feel stressed out. At times like these. She wants to suggest seeking medical help, but the thought of the current situation stops her. The words die in her throat once again, leaving only silence. Can I lean on you? Sure. With permission granted, Lucia gently leans over and closes her eyes. I'm so sorry. I lost the right to keep going. All this time, I've been thinking about how to say goodbye to you, but not a single word would come out. But as long as you're alive, wherever you are, whoever you're with, I'll be happy. Goodbye, Commandant. Her voice grows fainter with each word. Goodbye. After what feels like an eternity, a travel-worn Emma finally returns to the vehicle with her newfound tools. Is it her imagination? She thinks she hears the sound of crying through the bitter winter wind. As she approaches slowly, she sees the human sitting by the car. Ugh. Cradling Lucia, while humming a fragmented, tuneless song. thanks. Depths of the sea, edge of the sky. Build a rough, warm home. Sorry. The human's gaze has long since lost focus, wandering somewhere beyond the horizon, sowing seeds, sprouting life. A weathered piece of paper flutters in the wind, filled with clovers. Dawn has broken, yet the miracle remains out of reach. Shaper's ripples, chrysalis. Oh. Ugh. Wow. They really went for it this chapter. Ugh. I knew a little bit about the end going into it. I knew, God, this is gonna make it even worse. I think it didn't happen because of the dialogue choices I picked. But I know that one thing that really made waves when this chapter came out on the Chinese server, I'm guessing, it could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm guessing that dialogue option toward the end where it was like, the Commandant could say like, "Don't leave me with these empty hopes. You've long known how I felt about you." I'm guessing if you choose that option, then Lucia confesses that she loves you. God, that would make it even worse. There's like a little part of me. There's a little part of me that's sad that I didn't see that. But also, I'm like, no man, I'm gay. We're not going there. Not even for the pathos. But yeah, I knew that could happen. I didn't know that it was dialogue choice dependent. Yeah, it's obvious that the Commandant cares for Lucia from that storyline, platonic as it might be. That's the thing with these, kind of like self-insert protagonists. You really can shape the relationship a bit. Like, for me, seeing it as much more of a platonic bond. Oof. I just, I started choking up again because I was about to say, instead of, like, romantic, it's instead just, like losing a best friend. Thanks, Schmoops. Yeah. But don't worry, honestly, because I really, really like it when stories make me feel a lot. So although it's sad, like, also it was really good, you know? So, like, I'm sad and I'm crying because it was a good story. Yeah, really good writing. It wasn't just sudden tragedy to yank at your heart cheaply. It's, hours and hours and hours of despair with a little bit of hope right at the end that they just crush. Yeah. But I agree, if it was just sudden tragedy, that would have been a lot worse. This way hurt a lot more. Ugh. Now here's the question. Where the fuck do we go from here? You liked how, since the beginning of this story, even if you go in blind, there's this feeling of foreboding. Yeah. And like, even though I knew a bit about the ending, and I'll admit, I already knew going into it that Lucia was gonna die. Even going into it, knowing that, it hit pretty hard. I can only imagine what would have happened if I was like playing on the Chinese server and like had a like translation patch or something, or something like that, and I went into this not knowing what would have happened. I think I would have been beside myself. Yeah, that's proof of how well written it was. I knew about it, but it still took me out. Although I will admit, like, goodbyes are a thing in fiction that always get me. Pretty much always. So, you know, I wasn't sure. I was like, what? Going into it, I was like, well, I don't know, like, for one, I already know what's gonna happen. For two, Lucia is not exactly my favorite character. Like, I like her, but she's not my favorite, you know? But, wow, it still got me. And it's funny, because I thought that I was holding it together so well up until these last two stages. And yeah, you're right. It's a good thing they followed this up with the Nanami patch, because she's so bright and cheerful. Although, technically, they followed this up first with Yata's patch. I have no idea where that's gonna go. Because that's like a side story. So that's what I'm doing next. I'm doing Yata's side story. I have almost no idea what that's about. It's got like Japanese horror movie vibes, and that's all I know. Oh god. Okay. Oof. I'm kind of curious if anything happens on, like, the menu.
Sorry.
Okay,
You
no.
must be exhausted.
Same main menu.
I'm not good enough to share the burden.
Alright. Well... I think that'll be it for today. Ugh, it's almost 3. Wow. I knew this was long, but I didn't know it was almost 3. Okay, Kiro finished streaming already. Let me try this. So, yeah, it was a journey, and you were only here for the last 2 hours. Yeah, I feel like you've gotta stop here. Like, you need a break. Papers, Ripples was incredibly emotionally demanding as a chapter. But because of that, I really did enjoy it. So like I said before, yeah, I'm crying, I'm sad, but like, I really love when a story can do this to me. So I'm also like paradoxically really happy. I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna go to bed tonight, and I'm just gonna be left with thoughts of this, and that's kind of fun for me. But anyway, I'm gonna try something. I've tried raiding Lastiel before, but it hasn't worked. I don't know if it's like a setting that like doesn't allow raids unless like the person is an affiliate, or like if the person is you're following the person trying to raid. I'm gonna try, and if it doesn't work, then I'm instead gonna raid Aru Dorin. We'll see. We'll try. Oh, it's working. Okay, we're gonna go raid Lastiel. Bye-bye, everybody. Thanks for going through this story with me. It was very nice not to go through it alone. So, yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks again for the subscription, schmoops. And have a nice night and a good day tomorrow. I'll see you later. Bye!